Hello everyone, welcome into TV 24. I'm Dawson Taylor alongside the former Oxford Yellow Jackets Chandler Tyree. We're getting set to bring you the Thursday night kickoff game of the week here from Primetime Sport. We've got the Etowah Blue Devils have traveled over and up to Springville, Alabama to take on the Springville Tigers. Coach, we're getting set to kick off the official start of high school football season here on TV 24. We got a great matchup tonight that pits the 4A Etowah Blue Devils against the 5A Springville Tigers. What are you looking forward to tonight?
Well,
what should we see?
I think it's a game that's got a lot of questions on it. Etowah was really good last year, made a deep run in the playoffs. But they graduated 8 offensive players. They graduated 8 defensive starters. And so you got 3 guys return on either side of the ball. There's going to be a lot of young guys that have to play. And then Springville, the way their program has went, they've had some kids that's moved out. Like they had quarterback by committee last year, and both of those young freshmen that started last year moved out to different area schools. And so, but Coach Clements seems really excited about year 3 in the program. They went 1-9 last year. They've put in some new offensive scheme, which you've talked to him about, so I'll let you talk about. But I feel like he feels confident that they can come in and compete tonight.
Yes, I talked to Coach Clements with this week, and tonight you're going to get to see some old school triple option football out of the Springville Tigers, as he actually spent a week in Colorado Springs, Colorado this summer at the Air Force Academy talking to their guys about how to run the triple option. And I talked to him this week, Coach, and he seems fired up. He thinks that's going to give them an edge. It's something you don't see a lot of. And I think Clements has got a lot of confidence in this Springville Tiger team. And they will not back down from the Etowah Blue Devils tonight. You talk about him in his 3rd year. That's kind of the year, especially the college ranks, where coaches, if they're going to turn a program around, that's where they're going to do it. We'll see if Clements is able to bring that motto to high school ball and see if this Springville Tiger team is going to challenge this Blue Devil team tonight.
Yeah, let me ask you this. It's been really hot. Like, our game that we're doing actually got pushed back until 8 o'clock. So, talking with these coaches last week, did they give you any kind of detail about what they're going to try to do to try to handle this heat and stay hydrated and keep their players safe? Because at the end of the day, it's all about player safety.
I asked Coach Matt Glover of the Etowah Blue Devils what his plan was to beat the heat, and he actually said that their city of Attala donated them 2 pallets of liquid IV this week to get their players hydrated, to keep them where they need to be. And as far as day-to-day things, they said they wouldn't change much. He said that they would put in some extra breaks at practice. He said they normally operate on a schedule of breaks about every 20 to 30 minutes, and this week they were going to drop that down to around 10 or 15. When I talked to Coach John Clements about his plans of beating the heat, it was kind of the other spectrum. He said they would push the tempo at practice, that they would go harder on their guys some this week to get them used to the pace of the game and the heat. And he had a saying, and it really stuck with me. He's trying to convince his guys to hydrate and fuel their bodies. He put it like this to me. He said, food is the gas, the water is the oil that makes your body run. And we'll see if he's got these guys hydrated and fueled up and ready to go tonight.
Yeah, and not just water, but I think you got to put those electrolytes in your body. We ran into an issue 2 years ago, game 1. Our kids were in really good shape, not breathing hard, but because they didn't put a lot of electrolytes back into their body after sweating all week, we had a lot of cramping that happened. And like I said, the kids wasn't breathing hard. We're in pretty good shape. Just, you got to put the right things in your body.
Talking to these coaches, one thing that it's hard to really get a true sense of in spring and fall camp, and even in a jamboree game, is there's nothing like suiting it up on Friday night for real and simulating that pace of the game, playing harder, faster, and for a longer period of time than you do all of fall camp. And it's just going to be interesting tonight how these teams cope with the heat, as it is going to be extremely hot down on the field tonight.
Now, let me ask you this. We already talked about it. Etowah lost 8 starters on both sides of the ball. How did they replace honorable mention All-State quarterback Trace Thompson?
Well, what they've done, Coach, is they've looked at other positions, and talking to Coach Matt Glover, he talked very highly of his new quarterback, Jamison Sissom, who was a wide receiver last year, said he was arguably the best wide receiver on that team last year. He's going to make the transition over to quarterback for the Blue Devils, and Coach Glover seems very confident in that young man and thinks he's going to deliver tonight.
And you know, being a baseball guy, Sissom is also one of the best baseball players in our state for his class. And so we saw what he was able to do on the baseball field. We know he's one of the best athletes from our area. And so I'm excited to see what he can do. But you lose him, here's the thing. When you move him from receiver, you obviously lose him at receiver, so you lose that weapon. But you also lost All-State receiver Fat Finch as well. We saw him last year in a jamboree when we were getting ready to go watch some teams that we were going to match up with a really, really good receiver, one of the best in this area, in my opinion. So how do they replace a guy like him?
They've got a kid that didn't play football last year. His name is Jalen Walker. He'll be at wide receiver tonight. Coach Glover made sure to bring that name up to me. He expects big things out of that young man. So keep an eye on Jalen Walker tonight for the Blue Devils, as he'll be trying to fill those roles that Sissom left out at wide receiver and kind of fill in where he left off last year. Looking on the other side of the ball at some new guys to watch for that are not returning starters for the Springville Tigers. Coach John Clements brought up two names for me. Watch out for the young guy, sophomore cornerback Caden Jeffrey. He'll start at DB. And another DB that'll start tonight that's a senior but has not started a lot is senior defensive back Drake DeGiacomo. Keep an eye on those two young men. But this Springville offense, especially offense, he talked about three guys that were coming back that were super, super important to this offense and this triple option attack to make sure it runs smoothly. He talked about his quarterback, Jake Connor. Just a true leader, a guy on the field that commands this offense, that was not afraid to stick his nose in there and make that pitch on that triple option. And he talked about his returning 1,000-yard rusher, Malin Alverson. Those two guys are going to be key. And then watch out for Noel Cox. I listed him as an athlete coach. He said that we'll see him all over the field. We'll see him at wide receiver, in the secondary, and he's also the return specialist for this Springville Tiger football team.
You said it best. You have to be a special guy to take the hits that you have to take to play option quarterback. And so in the Trustful Tribune, head coach Clements seemed really optimistic about the future of his Tigers. He had this to say: we're excited about the guys that have stayed, and we're excited about our seniors. Clements said, I really like our team chemistry, and we have a lot of leadership. And so when you have a team that struggled, if you can have leadership, and you know, we talk about it all the time, good teams are led by the coaches, great teams are led by the players, and if you're a team that's trying to dig yourself out of a hole, you have to have great leadership from within the team. The coach can only do so much.
Believing. It's one of the hardest things to do in football is get your team to believe in themselves. And when you've got a team like Springville who has sputtered in recent years, they haven't had a lot of overwhelming success, to get a team of young men to buy in and believe that they have a chance and that they belong in the playoffs, that they belong in these close, tight games, that can change a program. You know, we say a lot of times, fake it till you make it. If you can see yourself succeeding, if you can see yourself winning the big games, and it doesn't take but one time to mess around and beat somebody that maybe you're not supposed to beat on paper, and it can really turn the program around. And Coach Clements is definitely looking for that to happen tonight. And another interesting thing about tonight is the relationship between these head coaches. I talked to both head coaches, and they both had great things to say about each other. Coach John Clements said that Coach Matt Glover brought him on at Pinson, and he said he really gave him the opportunity to take the reins and run as an offensive coordinator for really the first time. He said that Coach Glover allowed him to take the offense, make it his own, allowed him to have some success. And he said one of the most important things that he got the opportunity to do under Coach Glover is he got the opportunity to fail and see what, you know, kind of redefine his offense, see what he liked, see what he didn't like, and he's very excited about seeing his old friend, as well as Coach Glover. Coach Glover told me that tonight he'll actually be competing against the head coach, the offensive coordinator, and the DB coach from Springville. All used to coach under him at various places. So this is kind of a bit of a friendly matchup against old coaches tonight in Springville.
Not only that, but you may have said this, Coach Glover is from Springville. He's a Springville graduate, and so this is a big game not only between two guys that were on the same staff, Clements, who got opportunity from Glover, but also it's a chance to come back home for Matt Glover and to play where he grew up at, which is always cool.
Absolutely. He talked very highly of the Springville fans and that atmosphere. He was looking forward to getting back and seeing some of the people that he grew up with. And on the flip side of that, Coach John Clemens, I asked him what he was most excited about coming into week one, and he said the opportunity to play at home in front of the Springville Tiger fans. If you've never gone to Springville, Alabama and watched a football game, it is absolutely a great atmosphere, and it is second to none. And so we're getting ready for just a great night of high school football. Anything, Coach, that I may have left off that you want to make sure we talk about before we kick this one off?
Just Clements has talked about, and you know, when you're trying to turn around a program, it starts in the weight room. It starts in the off season. And Clements had this to say. He said the kids have done a tremendous job in the weight room. They have really transformed their bodies and made a true commitment in the weight room. And so with the style of offense that they're trying to run and what they're trying to do, I believe that weight room we're going to see if that weight room has paid off right now. So
Absolutely.
I'm ready to see. I'm excited about it. We also have another game that's close to our area as well. The last I looked, Sachs was leading Ohatchee 8-6, but I believe Ohatchee has scored since, and now it is 14-8. And so we got a barn burner right here in Calhoun County down there at the creek bank. And so I'm excited to see what that's a game that I've been very intrigued by because of Alfonso Freeney's making his first official game as the head coach at Sachs. You've got Chris Finley, who was a college teammate of Alfonso Freeney at Jacksonville State. And he's got his last year, he took over 2 years ago when everything happened down there in the middle of the year. It's never easy to take over in the middle of the year. And then so when you're looking at that, how will Ohatchee respond? And I think we talked about this on our Saturday morning show a few weeks ago. Ohatchee's season is going to hinge off of these first two ball games, I believe. They start out with Sachs and Welborn, and while those are not region games, Ohatchee's schedule is very difficult. So I'm intrigued to see how both of those teams can go and how they finish this football game and how that looks.
Anybody that's ever been around high school football knows those non-region games, while they don't count necessarily towards the playoff picture most of the time, those games are huge. They allow teams early in the year to kind of see where they stand, and that's what we got tonight is a non-region matchup. But I can tell you these players are fired up. They're ready for the opportunity to get out there and show what they can do. With the first game, Coach, the first official game, both of these teams did play a jamboree last week, and they both got some good things and probably some things they can work on this week out of that. And but some question marks that both head coaches kind of talked about when I asked them what they were most worried about going in this game. It was amazing at how similar the answers were. Some things that they both said that they were worried about, not necessarily worried about, but just question marks that you can't always get a good feel of during fall camp, is special teams. Etowah says they're implementing a new kicker tonight, kind of got left out to dry at the kicking position as they had some changes just this week. And so that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. And both teams were disappointed in how they tackled in their jamborees. You know as well as I do that you don't always go to the ground during fall camp all the time. So a lot of times that tackling week 0 and week 1 can be questionable. So we'll look for both teams to see if they've improved on that.
I hate to butt in, but you talk about tackling. You can you can practice tackling all you want to, but tackling is a want to. Like, if you want to tackle, you will tackle. If you want to stick your nose in there, you will tackle. If you're tough, you will tackle. If you're not tough, if you don't want to stick your nose in there, if you don't want to do everything it takes to get the guy on the ground, I don't care what it looks like. I don't care if it's pretty. Tackling is a want to part of the game.
And a lot of times, Coach, you simulate tackling drills at practice, you're thudding up. But a lot of times you just don't know what a young man is going to do in that situation until the lights come on Friday night and he's thrown into the fire. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye on tonight for both teams. I also want to
talk about, there's some guys that you can do tackling circuit every single day, but they're still not tackling some of the guys that they got to line up against. It's athleticism.
Yes, absolutely.
And so when you look at that, it's tackling is want to though. If you're facing guys that are the same kind of level player you are, who wants it more? And that's what I'm ready to see. And Etowah, if they do what they did last year, they're going to try to get the ball in space. So you're going to have to be a real good tackling team. If you're Etowah defensively, you've got to be in on your keys, because if you don't use your keys and read your keys, you're going to be in trouble in an option offense.
The key for this Etowah defense tonight will be discipline. Will you be disciplined enough to play assignment football? There's going to be a young man responsible for the dive back every time they run this option. A man responsible for the quarterback every play. A man responsible for the pitch man every play. It'll be interesting to see if they can put that together for 48 minutes and stay disciplined and play sound defensive football and slow down this Springville triple option attack. I think we're just about ready to take it to the break, Coach. Anything before we go to the break that we need to know before the break?
So we already talked about Ohatchee and Sachs. We've talked about the game that we're about to cover at Etowah and Springville. We also have a 1A matchup in our area tonight, the Winterboro Bulldogs and the Cedar Bluff Tigers. And Cedar Bluff has a new coach, Coach Garrett Crane. They're traveling up to Winterboro. I feel like Skylar Mansfield feels like they underachieved last year at Winterboro. Winterboro's got some players. It's just going to be whether or not they are going to do what's necessary to win. And last year, Coach Skylar Mansfield said he didn't feel like. I'm ready to see if Winterboro gets back to the standard that Skylar Mansfield will have them to play at.
We're just about 15 seconds to the break here on TV 24 Southern States Bank pregame show and the high school football kickoff game of the week. the season is here, whether we're ready for it or not. We'll cover some more around the area when we come back on TV 24.
At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. We're your neighbors and involved in the community. We're the bank featuring the Southern Rewards checking account, a cashback account with no ATM fees. We're on the cutting edge and always have a smiling face to help you out. Stop being just another number at the big bank and start being a neighbor at Southern States Bank. Let us be the bank for you and your business.
If you're the family with kids playing sports and the parents that are running 2 ways at once, then a Team One Chevy is perfect for your team. Baseball, softball, and soccer families can travel in all-American style with a new Chevy from Team One. Bank on the best deal, a great selection, and the perfect vehicle for your all-American team.
Interest rates as low as 1.9% and no payments for 90 days when you finance with GM Financial.
Home of the best people, the best service, period.
There's a special place where overtime gives way to family time, where fast pace becomes a little slower lifestyle. At Campers Unlimited, we can help get you there, where your lake house, beach house, or tailgate headquarters can have the same address. We carry the top brands in America like Grand Design and Forest River. With a large selection, we're sure to have a floor plan that fits your needs. So when you're ready to disconnect in order to reconnect, take the easy drive to Campers Unlimited on Interstate 59 in Gadsden or shop us online at campersunlimited.net.
Serving Calhoun County in the state of Alabama since 1994, offering some of the most competitive interest rates in the mortgage industry, along with a wide variety of mortgage products. We are with you throughout the home buying process, offering you service before and after the close. Fast, reliable, local. Visit us today or apply online at our website, jacksonmortgageco.com.
And you remember, if you need a home loan, call my daddy.
We welcome you back to the TV 24 studio. The Thursday night kickoff presented by Southern States Bank. We got an update on that Ohatchee game just before it goes to halftime. The last we checked, the Ohatchee Indians are up still on the Sacs Wildcats 14-8. Coach, there's a lot of games getting kicked off tonight and tomorrow night for this week zero start of the season. Coach, one thing that always comes with the start of high school football in Alabama is the annual Champions Challenge that takes place down in Montgomery at the Crampton Bowl. Tell us a little bit about that matchup tonight.
Well, tonight you get Thompson and Opelika, and so that's a pretty good matchup. 2 7A schools. Thompson obviously really, really good all over the field. 4-time defending state champions, I believe, and so you get 4 times. That don't even sound right.
That's hard to do, Coach.
Then you get Opelika, who has been good, kind of was down some years, but I think they're on their way back up. And so that should be a really good matchup for both of them. It'll probably allow Opelika to see where they need to get better, and then it also will allow Thompson to know what they need to get better on going forward.
The young man from Thompson that took the Alabama high school football scene by storm last year, the 8th grader, Coach, the 8th grade quarterback, Seaborn. And
Trent Seaborn.
Trent Seaborn of the Thompson War Eagles. He'll be back, I believe, as a presumed starter this year as a 9th grader, and we're looking forward to great things from that young man.
What about that, though? I mean, what about if you're playing against him and he is just carving you up, and you sat back and you think, his mom and daddy had to drop him off at school this morning?
Coach, I watched him in person at the state championship game last year, and he looked like a seasoned veteran. You would have never known, just maybe by the size of him, that he was an 8th grader, and just an extreme display of talent put out there by that young man last year, and we expect things just as similar, if not better, from that this year. Coach, back to this game we got tonight. We've got Etowah from Attala against the Springville Tigers. Very, very, very contrasting styles of play that we'll see here tonight. The Springville Tigers, like we talked about earlier, triple option, the double wing triple option is what we expect to see. We talked about Coach John Clemens. He made the switch to that this summer, and he said that he thought that was his team's best chance to get an edge on folks. And then we know Etowah, with the athletes they have, they're going to try to spread it out, take the top off. It'll be a lot of run and gun. the matchup tonight, is it hard, do you, as a coach, as a former coach, do you think it's harder to get ready for teams that do things similar to what you do, or teams that are totally opposite from what you do?
I think it's definitely difficult whenever you're trying to face an option team to be ready for that, because you don't see that all the time now. So whenever you get a true triple option team, and like you said, this one is going to be the most important thing tonight. If you can see your key, react, and not be messed up by all the window dressing, and you will do your job. That's the thing you're going to hear say it a lot when you face an option team. Do your job. If you will do your job, then you got a chance to be okay. If you don't want to do your job and you're going to try to do somebody else's job, then you might get yourself in trouble, because if it takes one guy not doing what they're coached up to do for it to be a disaster.
Absolutely. That option scheme, the quarterback's going to be looking for a crease. He's going to be looking for somebody not sitting in their assigned gap. And it all, like you said, as quick as it hits, it only takes a split second to go from in pretty good shape to them out the gate.
Yeah, and I feel like the matchup is going to be, can Etowah come in, do their job defensively, and stop this ground and pound attack of the Springville Tigers, or and also the other matchup I'm looking at, can Springville match up with the athletes that Etowah is going to have offensively? And so I'm looking at both defenses and how do they match up with the schemes that the other team is going to try to do offensively.
Absolutely. Going back to some questions that the head coaches had coming into this week 0 game, you know, the old cliche in football is you make your most improvement from week one, or your first game to your second game. And with both of these teams playing a jamboree last week, you would expect to see a lot of improvement from how maybe the things that they were struggling on last week to what we have this week. And so that's when we talk to Coach John Clements, you know, he will call the plays tonight. He will serve as his offensive coordinator for his team. As a head coach, how difficult is it to, as someone who used to call defense and was the head coach also, how difficult is it to stay focused on the game, to call a good game play calling wise, and make sure that the logistical side of the things, that we're making sure that guys stay fresh, that we're subbing right, that we have the right personnel? How much does the assistant coaches play into making sure that the game runs as smooth and we stay on our game plan?
To be honest with you, I think it's a lot easier to call defense and be the head coach than it is to call offense, because there's so much that goes into calling the offense and being a head coach. There's so much that goes into that, and game plan and all that stuff, which I say that Sunday meetings always last longer for the defensive staff now, because these offenses do so much. But to me, in the game, it was a lot easier for me to go with what my gut said defensively than to look, okay, we've done this, we've done that, what do I need to do, what does it say, that what do they think we're going to do, what are we setting up, what are we going to do? And so I thought I was always a better head coach and a better manager when I didn't have to call the offense. When I had to call the offense, I believe that it kind of hurt my in-game management of everything as the team. But defense, I like calling defense. I could call defense anytime. I'd go back right now and call defense. Offense, that ain't for me.
As we see down, as you see on your screen, the captains are making their way to their midfield. You'll see the Springville Tigers in their home purple jerseys, the white headgear and the white pants. We'll get Etowah's uniform update for you in just a second. Somebody else coached it. It's the first week of the season from them too. They probably knocked the rust off last week as the officials. You see David Cato, the seasoned white hat, will be the referee on this game tonight. The seasoned umpire, Sean Crawford, there with the Etowah captains. And you see the Etowah captains there, number 3 and number 57. The blue headgear for the Blue Devils, the white jerseys, and the white pants.
Number 3 for Etowah is Trent Bothwell. He's the senior. And number 57 is Nick Barron. He's also a senior. And then for Springville, I know for a fact we had number 22, Cole Tittle, which is a running back linebacker, a senior. Number 60, I believe, was another, that is Braxton Gossett, the 9th grader. So I don't know if that was 60 or not.
Yeah,
if you're a freshman and you're going to be one of the captains, that's a big deal.
We'll get a for sure update on that in a moment, Coach. Going back to the officials, you know, nobody wants officiating to play an aspect in the game. Those guys obviously trying to do the best job they can, but we'll see kind of if they look a little rusty tonight, as it is week 1 for them too. And there's those captains for the Springville Tigers.
So it's number 22,
66.
Cole Tittle, number 8, Noel Cox, and number 66, Brody Ginn, the senior offensive and defensive lineman. So that's your 3 captains for the Springville Tigers.
some key players to watch for tonight, Coach, and most of them are at midfield now, the guys that we got from these coaches. On the Etowah side, you saw him. He's a captain tonight, number 57, Nick Barron. He is a guy that Coach Matt Glover told me he has played all up and down the offensive line. He said expect to see him at center tonight, but that's a guy they feel comfortable to lead that unit and can play multiple positions. You mentioned Cole Tittle of the Springville Tigers. That was a guy, he's a senior, he's a linebacker, he's the leader of that defense. They rely on him to get them lined up and fly around and make a lot of tackles from his middle linebacker spot.
Yeah, I expect a big night tonight from Cole Tittle. If they're going to have a big night, they've got to have a big night from quarterback Jake Connor. I think he's got to do a good job of managing the offense. Alverson, the running back, 1,000-yard rusher a year ago, has got to have a big night. Noel Cox is a guy on both sides of the football that's going to have a big night. And Brady, again, one of the captains, an O-lineman, he's a 3-year starter. He's got to really do a good job of.
Absolutely. And, Coach, a unit that probably nobody thinks about as you get ready for a week 1 type game, as you see the captains walking out the midfield. How big a role are those second string running backs and skill top players tonight as these teams battle the heat? You know these coaches are going to want to roll in their second unit at least.
I think a team with depth has an advantage earlier in the year. If you're playing a team that has depth and you're able to rotate guys in, then you definitely have an advantage early in the year, because this heat is going to play. I know. I mean, and you say, well, and I said it this week, these guys are used to practicing in 100-degree heat at 3 o'clock right after school. But when your adrenaline's pumping and everything's going on for a ball game, this weather is going to play something into it. Now, we're starting an hour later than everybody else, or most teams in the state, and so it should be a little bit better now that the sun's gone down. But it definitely, if you can have guys that can rotate in and play big minutes for you and give a guy a break, then that's going to be huge for both sides.
As they just flipped the coin, David Cato, the referee, talking to both teams, kind of telling them what they expect from these teams tonight. I believe if I saw it right, the Springville Tigers won the toss, and I believe they're going to take the football, Coach. So we're going to get to see this triple option right out of the gate, as I do believe they will have the football. And we're just about ready to get this thing rolling from Springville, Alabama tonight. As you see the Etowah Blue Devils behind their banner getting ready to come out of
real quick, like before the teams come out, why do you think that they took the ball first? Do you think they're going to try to get it, control most of the first quarter clock? Is that if everything went perfect, do you think that's what they're trying to do?
I think anytime you are a team and you feel like maybe you're a little bit out athleted, it's always a good idea to try to take that ball first and try to march down the field and chew some clock. And with a triple option style attack that Springville is supposedly going to run tonight, I think they just wanted to kind of set the tempo and maybe chew up a lot of this clock in this first quarter and see if they can't control the clock. We should be just moments away from the teams entering the field. And here come the Etowah Blue Devils out of their banner. And right behind them to follow is the Springville Tigers, ready to defend their home field. It is hot, it is muggy, it is football season in Alabama, Coach, and I'm just so excited to see the first official game of the year. And you know those young men down in the field, this is what you work for, this is why you play. You don't play to sweat to death and get hollered at in the summer. You play for the games these Friday nights with your friends and your coaches. And, Coach, I'm just so ready to see what these two teams.
We got to see a great game together last week. We got to see the Oxford Yellow Jackets and some questions about them, but were answered last week. But that game in the big scheme of things meant absolutely nothing. This one counts on paper and right now.
After the night, somebody will have a 1 in the win column, a 1 in the loss column, and, Coach, everybody, you know how important it is.
Not everybody, not everybody, Coach. I don't have a loss column anymore.
As you see the kickoff return unit for the Tigers getting ready to take the field.
This kickoff is sponsored by Southern States Bank. This is the Southern States Bank kickoff.
Expect a little bit slower pace tonight. There will be some added heat breaks during the quarters. The standard normally in these first 4 weeks of the season is 1 at around the halfway mark between each quarter. But, Coach, I wouldn't be surprised to see these referees allow for a couple of quarter as hot as it is tonight. As you see, the Etowah Blue Devils have it on the tee, and we're just about set to kick off high school football season 2023 in Alabama, and it is underway as this kick is deep, and it'll push the Springville returner far back, and he'll bring it right up the midfield, and he'll be tackled around the hash. I believe that was Cole Tittle on the return. Number 8.
Number 33, Jaleel Penn with the tackle for the Etowah Blue Devils.
It was Noel Cox on the return there for the Tigers, and we'll get ready to see this triple option attack that John Clemens has adopted here in Springville, and we'll see just how good they've installed it over the spring and the summer months. You'll see this double wing look a lot tonight as Jake Connor barks the signals. First down and 10 from around the 31-yard line. There's the give. He'll bounce it off the right side, and he's got first down yardage all the way around the 41-yard line. That's number 6, Malin Alverson, the 1,000-yard rusher from a year ago, Coach, picking up right where he left off. He's going to be close to first down. It is a first down, and that is a great start, just what the Springville Tigers were looking for.
If you're the offensive line coach right now, you are ecstatic because there was a hole right there that a truck could have drove through. It's a great way to start for the Springville Tigers.
First down and 10. There's a give again to Alverson. Not as much doing that time as you see, just about a 1-yard game out to the 41 or 42-yard line. As you see, he was swallowed up by that Etowah Blue Devil defense. The starting lineup for the Springville Tiger offense, we talked about him, Jake Connor at quarterback, number 6, Malin Alverson at running back, the H, Drake DiGiacomo at the wide receiver position, number 8, Noel Cox, the other wing back, Seth Jones, the wide receiver, and we'll get the offensive line after this play. Second down and long here.
Going back to the last play, that was a great play. Like you said, played very well. Connor Dingler, the inside linebacker, made a really good play of filling that gap and hitting the fullback before he could get back to the line of scrimmage.
Again, you see that triple option there as the quarterback opened up away from the grain that time, but it's swallowed up by number 26, I believe, of the Etowah Blue Devils. I don't believe that was 26, so we don't have a 26. Yes, it is number 26, and I don't have a 26 on my roster, Coach. We apologize for that. But nevertheless, it's going to be third down and around 10 for the Springville Tigers. Do you expect to see them? You kind of have to go to the air right now. It's kind of hard to run triple option on 3rd and 10, so we'll see what Coach John Clements dials up for his Tigers here.
Yeah, you really don't have it looked like a simple trap play right there. They hit them with dive, and then they went trap, and really good job of wrong shouldering, and was played really well by the Etowah defense right there.
Third and long for the Tigers. And they will give it to Alverson. He will not have a first down as he'll pick up only about 3, and that'll bring up a foreseen punt situation as it's around 4th and 7. But it's the first game, Coach. They may have a wrinkle, and you'll see the punt team will sub in here, and we expect him to boot this one away.
Well, Malin Alverson has been a busy man so far. We've had 4 plays, and it's been 4 run plays to Malin Alverson. The first play, he picked up about 12 yards, and from there, it was a slow go for them as they tried to run two dive options and then trap option, and gave the ball away both times. So as the game goes along, I'll look for the quarterback to pull it a little bit more, or to have a wrinkle like you said.
Bad snap here as that's going to go over the head of Noel Cox, a disaster for the Tigers. He will smartly fall on it around the 7-yard line, and that will set the Blue Devils up in the catbird seat. Coach, they were so close to kind of, they picked up a first down. They had a little something going. You see the bad snap right there, just absolutely flips the field. Disaster for the Tigers.
When you're a team that hadn't had very much success the past couple of years, 1-9 last year, that's the last thing you want right there is for snap the ball over the punter's head and give them the ball inside your own 10, I think at the 8-yard line to start their first drive of the year. So we'll be able to see Etowah's offense with 8 new starters on it. But they got a short field to work with in their first drive of the 2023 season.
The new quarterback, Jamison Sissel, making the move over from wide receiver. Let's see if he can punch this one in and lead this Etowah team to a touchdown on this short field. First down play. They'll look left side, swing it out to the back. As he's cut down around the 1-yard line. The ball came out at the end, but I believe he was down. Yes, they are marking it short. It's going to be a gain of around 7, and it'll bring up a 2nd and short. Did you get a number on the ball carrier that time, Coach?
It looked like number 23. Yep, 23, Lamont Richardson on the swing pass out of the backfield.
Just a sophomore, Coach, and he was down before he fumbled right there, but you definitely want to see that young man hold on to the ball. You don't want to fumble down here deep in your opponent's territory. 2nd and short. They'll give it to him again, and he'll walk in untouched for the Etowah touchdown. Lamont Richardson, the sophomore, and in 2 plays, Coach, we talked about how quick it can change. Etowah on the short field capitalizes. They're up 6-0 tonight early in Springville.
Hey, and that is a Team 1 Chevy of Gaston touchdown. Team 1 Chevy of Gaston, home of the best people, the best service, period. Visit Team 1 Chevy in Gaston.
We talked about the kicking woes for the Blue Devils in fall camp. Number 81, Jorge Cantillano, will attempt this extra point for the Blue Devils. And, Coach, from what I got from Coach Matt Glover, he hadn't been at this very long, as that kick is up and away, and the kick is good. 7-0 Etowah. 7-0 Etowah from Springville. We're just about ready to go to break. We'll be back on the other side of this timeout. It's the Southern States Bank High School Football Kickoff Game of the Week.
At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. We're your neighbors and involved in the community. We're the bank featuring the Southern Rewards checking account, a cashback account with no ATM fees. We're on the cutting edge and always have a smiling face to help you out. Stop being just another number at the big bank and start being a neighbor at Southern States Bank. Let us be the bank for you and your business.
I am a dreamer who will make a difference in this world.
I'm flying to a future of great promise and change.
I am a mentor committed to helping my students transform their lives.
I'm a hard worker striving to build a better Alabama.
I am a go-getter with ambition and drive.
I am a Gadsden State Cardinal.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me fly.
If you're the family with kids playing sports and the parents that are running 2 ways at once, then a Team 1 Chevy is perfect for your team. Baseball, softball, and soccer families can travel in all-American style with a new Chevy from Team 1. Bank on the best deal, a great selection, and the perfect vehicle for your all-American team.
Interest rates as low as 1.9% and no payments for 90 days when you finance with GM Financial.
Home of the best people, the best service, period.
The Etowah Blue Devils strike first on this 1-yard touchdown run from Lamont Richardson as we welcome you back to the Southern States Bank High School Kickoff here on TV 24 live from Anniston, Alabama. I'm Dawson Taylor alongside Chandler Tyree. We talked about it, Coach, in the early part of this broadcast. Special teams was a question for both teams. You saw the bad snap on the punt there on the first drive, and the Etowah Blue Devils make them pay as they're just about ready to kick it back off to the Springville Blue Devils as we are live in studio here. Jorge Cantillano set to kick it off for Etowah. He kicked it deep the last time as this kick is driven low around the 15-yard line. It's fielded there by number 8, Noel Cox, and he'll bring it out to around the 32-yard line, and this triple option attack of the Springville Tigers will get set for their second drive. Coach, do you it's kind of one of those things to where if you go to the triple option attack, it's something you have to marry. What do they have to do right here to get that triple option attack going?
Well, I think you got to throw some wrinkles in there. You've seen the fullback toted all 4 plays last time. You got to throw some wrinkles in there. If you start sucking them in, then do some play action, try to throw one, try to find somebody, one of those wing backs down the seam or something like that. But I believe you got to do something different than what you've just been doing. They give the ball off again because, listen, Coach, either they got to start having success with that or you got to go to something else, because whether or not you feel like that looks good as a coach, fans are not going to sit back and be real happy with running the ball to the fullback, and we're not getting a whole lot of success out of it.
Yeah, we've only seen Malin Iverson touch the ball for the Springville Tigers. When did they go to something away from this base triple option attack and mix in a wrinkle? Because right now that interior, that defensive line in Etowah just continuing to punish them, as we'll see the second down and long play here at around the 31-yard line of the Tigers.
Now they go shotgun look.
Looked like a little early movement, and it was early movement there by the Springville Tigers. Good pick up there by the linesman to get that. And we'll hear from David Cadle for the first time tonight. We've got a false start on the offense there, as you saw at the bottom of the screen for the Tigers, and that'll bring up 2nd and 15. And Coach, a triple option attack is not something that you're not setting yourself up for success if you have to snap it many times on 2nd and 15.
Yeah, we've seen the last 2 drives. We've had 2nd 10, 2nd 15, and then a 3rd and 11 last drive. And so you don't want to be. This is an offense where you have to stay in front of the chains. You cannot get behind the chains.
Absolutely. 2nd and 15 from the 26. Connor will take and he'll run it off the left side. He'll get most of that penalty yardage back and a little bit more, and it'll bring up around a 3rd and 7. As you've seen, just kind of a straight quarterback sweep that time on the far side towards the Etowah bench, and they got a hat on a hat, and were able to pick up around. They actually spotted him back around the original line of scrimmage and it'll bring up a 3rd and 9.
Yeah, 3rd and 9. So stepped out a few yards earlier than what we thought he stepped out, but still a good play, going from 2nd and 15 and getting back at least to the original line of scrimmage. So now you got a 3rd and 9, like we've already talked about, not where you want to be at in this offense, but if you've got a wrinkle for early in the ball game, here would be a good time to try to throw that wrinkle in and try to get this 1st down.
They'll take and give to Alverson on the straight dive there, and he's wrapped up for a gain of 1, and that'll bring up a punting situation once again as it's 4th and 8 from the Tigers deep in their own territory.
Etowah's up 7-0 right now. If you just joined us, Etowah scored. Springville got the ball first, snapped the ball over the punter's head, and Etowah took over at the 8-yard line. 2 plays later, they scored a touchdown on a run from running back Lamont Richardson. And so now they just got another 3 and out right here for the Springville Tigers, and they will punt again. Hopefully snaps better this time.
Gets off a high wobbly punt. It'll hit around the 45-yard line of Etowah and roll just a little bit at the Springville bounce, and it'll down it. It's down by number 35 for the Tigers. That is Caden Hanna, and that'll bring up a 1st down at around the 43-yard line of the Blue Devils. Just over 6 minutes to go in the 1st quarter. We will expect a heat timeout here in just momentarily, and I think they are going to go ahead and take the timeout here, Coach. They will. We'll have a heat timeout. We'll have to see if we're going to go to break, or we're going to keep it right here on TV 24. Looks like we will stay here as they take the heat timeout. And Coach, another short field right here for the Etowah Blue Devils. We'll go to break right here. When we come back, Etowah's up 7-0 here on the Southern State Bank's high school kickoff game of the week.
Palto Solutions is a licensed and insured home builder located in Lincoln, Alabama. We specialize in roofing, sheetrock, painting, remodeling, and new home construction. Check us out on Facebook or call us for a free estimate, or look us up on the web at paltosolutions.com.
Hi, Jake, Regional Vice President of LSI Staffing. LSI Staffing is a privately owned and family-operated business that was established in 1986. We specialize in commercial, light industrial staffing, warehouse, manufacturing, production, and assembly. If you're a company in the area looking for a new staffing partner, we'd love to talk to you. If you're an employee looking for a great job that offers benefits day one and competitive pay, come see us. Once again, you can find us at www.lsistaffing.com.
Here at Crawford Office Supply, we have everything you've been looking for, from desks and chairs all the way down.
We'll bring we'll welcome you back to TV24 as we missed the first down play there by the Etowah Blue Devils, but as you can see, looks like they got something going on the outside towards the Springville Tiger sideline. They'll take it into Tiger territory, and it'll set up what I think will be a first down. They knocked him out a little bit short of the first down. It'll bring up a second and about 3 for the Blue Devils here as they get it into Springville territory. As you see System barking the signals, they'll go 2 by 2 this time. 6:12 to go, first quarter. Etowah up 7-0. There's the snap. They'll go back to that sling pass, and there was a little bit of movement there, just not really on the same page there. And you can see the linemen and the skilled people that time on the edge start a little bit before the ball was snapped, and that's going to be a motion penalty, and that'll back them up 5 yards. It'll bring up about 2nd and 8 now instead of a 2nd and short when the playbook was wide open.
Yeah, you as a defensive coach, you would much rather see 2nd and 8 and 2nd and 2, because 2nd and 2 or 2nd and 7 instead of 2nd and 2. Because 2nd and 2, you can take a chance, throw a deep ball, whatever. You've got the whole. And honestly, they were probably in 4-down territory anyway, so they had 3 more plays to get 2 yards.
Like we said, it'll bring up a 2nd and 7 here for the Blue Devils back in their own territory at around the 46-yard line, and they'll go trips to the far side of the screen. System in the shotgun. Snap. They'll give left side, and nothing doing that time right there as Richardson had nowhere to go on the ground. And you can see big number 55 that time for the Tigers, Landon McKendry, and I believe it was Cole Tittle in on the stop for the Tigers as well.
Landon McKendry played that absolutely perfect. Got in the hip pocket, squeezed it down, and was able to make the play at the line of scrimmage. That's a big play right there. Now we've got a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 right here. See if Springville can get a stop and get their offense back on the field.
This would be a huge stop for the Springville Tigers. It looked like Etowah was going to be in business, but after the penalty, now they find themselves in 3rd and long.
Yeah, the question is, can you stop the leaking, or are you going to continue to? Because they need to get off the field right here.
They bring pressure this time off the end. It was the quarterback, Cody Ingram. He didn't get the sack, Coach, but he flushed System out of the pocket. And big number 53 that time, Spencer Stewart, from his defensive lineman spot with the sack there of System. And that they will get off the field, Coach, and force a punting situation for the Blue Devils.
Nice call, nice dialed up a blitz, a corner blitz from the boundary by the Springville Tigers. Like you said, Cody Ingram did a good job of making it, of flushing him, rushing right into number 53, Spencer Stewart. A great play right there for the Springville Tigers, who desperately needed that right there. So a big stop right there.
We'll get the first look at the punting unit of the Etowah Blue Devils, as I believe it was System back there to punt it. Regardless, he gets off a high spiral punt, and it'll run the returner back inside, deep inside his own 10-yard line. Great punt, and they'll pick it up around the 8-yard line, will the Blue Devils. And Coach, for an offense that's been sputtering, now they're backed up against their own goal line. You wouldn't expect them to get too aggressive right here, so I expect to see just more of this ground and pound to see if they can find something going in the interior of this Blue Devil defense that's been solid.
Ground and pound is great if you're getting first downs, but if you're going 3 and out, then it's just like, you're not taking any time off the clock.
Well, Coach, we talked about it. The first snap of the ball game, they went for about 11 yards on this near side, and since then it has been all Etowah defense. And we'll see what Coach John Clemens has in store here with his Tigers backed up deep near their own goal line, trailing 7-0, 4.5 to go first quarter. As they'll stay in this double wing, you'll see motion. They'll give to Alverson off the left side. He got a little bit that time, Coach. It was giving them about 5 or 6, and that is what they needed, just something positive on first down to kind of get into their stuff.
Yeah, it looked like they ran belly right there, maybe belly or the down series. Needed that to start out the drive, get into a 2nd and 4, 2nd and 3, and that kind of opens up your entire playbook. But very nice job right there.
Springville come to the line for this 2nd down play.
Looks like a 2nd and 4.
Connor will take the snap. He'll keep and bounce it off the right side. You see he kind of bubbled back and hit the hole right there, and I believe he's going to have a first down, Coach.
Yeah, I think he's going to have enough for the first down, and so very good play right there. They've been give it to the fullback, and then they do the quarterback follow.
And the reason why they do that is you give to that fullback, you give to that fullback, you give to that fullback, and then you fake it and you have him kind of follow the fullback, and it gives you just kind of another lead blocker on the play. as you'll see them come to the line now on the first down play.
Fullback, so the fullback turns into a blocker no matter what. So.
They'll send Cox in motion as this is back to what we've been seeing so far. Swallowed up is Alverson by that Blue Devil defense. And again, Coach, behind the sticks on second down for the Springville Tigers is not what they want to see.
98, Braylon Mostella played that about as well as you could play it.
He was a key returning starter that Coach Glover was sure to mention to me this week when I spoke to him. And as you can see right there, he is causing havoc for this Springville offensive line up there. He is making his presence known in the early part of this game. And Coach, you can see it. We talked about the heat as you got some players kind of tapping their head wanting to sub right here, but there's no time to sub as they got to get down and play another snap. You'll see Jake Connor barking out a few signals here. So he'll just take and keep the quarterback sneak, it looked like, or maybe he fumbled a snap. Regardless, it's going to be another loss on the play, as I think he did lose the ball there. The officials marked him down. And another 3rd and long for the Springville Tigers, Coach.
Yeah, not where you want to be at. 3rd and long, do they just run dive? Do they run a belly or the down stitch, or they try to play a play action right here? We hadn't seen a pass yet for the Springville Tigers.
Yeah, honestly, Coach, right here, I wouldn't expect them to get too aggressive as deep as they are as their own territory. You don't want to risk an interception right here and set the Etowah Blue Devils up again. A punt right here for the Springville Tigers after that negative play on first down is not the end of the world. You'll see Connor roll out. He does have a receiver out there. That was Noel Cox. And you can see a great recovery there by the defensive back. That's number 14 of the Etowah Blue Devils. That's Damon Devine as he closed on that ball, knocked it away, and that'll bring up a punting situation for the Tigers deep in their own territory. And with the trouble they've had at snapping so far tonight, this could be a big time play right here.
I didn't mind the throw right there. I thought the receiver actually had a really good chance to make a play there. And so I'd like to see Springville come back and go back to more of that. Like, let's open up the field a little bit and see if we can give our running back Alverson more room to kind of run right there by spreading the defense out a little
Absolutely.
bit.
That ball right there, maybe just a touch behind the receiver there and kind of kept him from going up and picking out of the air. Let's see this snap here as we got a whistle that'll blow it dead, and we'll see what this is about. It makes it look like we have a timeout. It'll be a timeout. It'll be a timeout Springville. They didn't like something on this 4th down play, and I think we'll keep it right here with you, and we'll talk through this timeout with you, Coach. We talked about it just now. As you saw Springville go to the air for the first time, and they had a little something there. It was slightly behind the receiver, Noel Cox, but do you expect John Clements to open this playbook up and kind of not really abandon the triple option, but maybe kind of throw in another wrinkle or two to alleviate some of this pressure from the Etowah defensive line?
Well, I was watching film from last week in their jamboree with Dora, and the quarterback had a really good game keeping on the read, and that could just be the read. Etowah could be saying, "Hey, we don't want the quarterback to keep it. We're going to make sure that Alverson." But I would like to see the quarterback be able to keep it some more. I think he's pretty electric with his legs, and they were able to keep that game close last week against Dora because of the quarterback being able to run the offense and run the option. But we ain't seen a pitch yet. We hadn't seen anything. I think they've probably ran 10 offensive plays, and 7 of them have been to the fullback.
Absolutely. Malin Iverson's been a busy man tonight. We talked about him. And a 1,000-yard rusher from a year ago, not in this triple option scheme. But, Coach, he has been a busy man tonight and hasn't found a lot of success. And we'll see what Springville elects to do here when they get the football back. I suspect them to punt this football away right here. But it's a question mark so far as this triple option attack. Can they withstand this Etowah defensive front four and get a little something going on the ground? And the question also is, as you saw from Etowah last time, they sputtered on offense a little bit. So they had the short field, 2-play scoring drive, and then they had a 3-and-out themselves. So we don't really know a lot about this Etowah offense, and I'm excited to see it when they get this ball right here when we come back out of this timeout. And so you see the teams going back out, getting ready for this 4th down play. You'll see Noel Cox, the punter, in punt formation. We've had one bad snap so far. We'll see if they dial this one in here. 2 returners back deep, and Cox will get this punt off, a low driving punt. It'll hit around the 40-yard line of Springville and bounce out of bounds. We'll see where they mark it. They're going to mark it right at the 40-yard line. And again, Coach, a short field for the Etowah Blue Devils. We'll see what they do on the other side of this We'll see what they do on the other side of this break. I don't think we're going to break. I apologize for that, Coach. As you see, this Etowah Blue Devil offense get ready to go back out there, and Jamison Sissom on his third drive now, we said a two-play drive after the box snap and then a 3-and-out. So he's trying to find his rhythm, as you see him flanked by Lamont Richardson, the young sophomore running back. First and 10 for the Blue Devils. Richardson off the right side. He's got a good gain. The ball's on the ground, but I do believe the Blue Devils fell back on it. And if they do, that's going to be a first down. I think it was going to be a first down anyway, Coach, but that fumble's actually going to add about 2 or 3 yards to the end of the play. So that'll bring up a first down for the Blue Devils deep inside of Springville territory.
Ball security is going to be something that the Etowah Blue Devils are probably going to look at this next week. That's 2 times already that the balls came loose.
That's 2 times it's came out. One time they called him down. It was very debatable whether it came out before or after he was down, and you see he did put the ball on the ground there. As we're inside of a minute and a half to go in the first quarter here from Springville, Alabama, Etowah driving up 7-0. Trips to the near side. Sissom will take the snap. He'll keep it this time around the left side, and he'll pick up a gain of about 1 or 2.
Played really well right there by Springville. Honestly, could have been tackled for a loss. He probably ended up getting a couple of yards. But I think
you see Sissom kind of shaking up here, Coach. It looks to be okay, but they did stop the clock for him, so I think he will have to come out of the game for a play if I'm looking at this correctly.
Yeah, I think he's got to come out for a play. So now you're going to see the backup quarterback right off the bat early in the year. But played really well right there by Springville. And so look for Springville. It looks Springville's going to try to bear down right here, and they can get – you kind of expect run right here, so you can kind of settle out to the run a little bit. If you can get it into 3rd and long right here early in this, you have a chance to get off the field again on 3rd down. So this is probably going to be 4-down territory. I'm not really sure. We know that Etowah's had kicking woes.
Bennett Reeves, the backup quarterback, and he had a little room to run, Coach, but I believe it's going to be an illegal motion penalty on the Etowah Blue Devils, and that'll kill what looked to be a potentially big play, as it will be a motion penalty, and that'll back them up 5 yards, and it'll stay 2nd down. Now, the thing about this is, Coach, that penalty, okay, was a dead ball penalty, okay, before the snap. So I believe Bennett Reeves will have to stay in the game because that's not considered.
They hadn't ran a play.
They hadn't ran a play. We'll see if they allow it, which we got a timeout here, looks like, by somebody. So it'll be interesting to see if the starter Sissom is able to come back on the field or not. And if you look in that Etowah huddle, I don't see Sissom in the huddle. So I think Bennett Reeves will have to stay in at least one more play.
Hey, let me take a time right quick to thank Buffalo Wild Wings in Oxford. Special thanks to Buffalo Wild Wings for feeding the production crew tonight. Be sure to stop in at B-Dubs and taste the Bullet Bourbon Barbecue and Hot Barbecue flavors.
Coach, does anybody not like Buffalo Wild Wings?
Actually, I don't know if I've ever met anybody that does not like Buffalo Wild Wings.
Just a great spot, and if you're a football fan, a great place to watch a game. So if you're in the Oxford area and wanting something maybe to get out of the house during college football, or even on a Thursday and check out some TV24 football, stop in at Buffalo Wild Wings, and I'm sure you won't be disappointed.
Buffalo Wild Wings right here in Oxford, Alabama, located at the Oxford Exchange. Great time. Football's coming up. They got TVs everywhere. They got great food. They got great hospitality. Go to Buffalo Wild Wings and enjoy your football Friday night or Saturday night and enjoy Buffalo Wild Wings.
Coach, we talked about college football there. I'm interested to see what the JSU Gamecocks look like on Saturday as they play their first game as a Division I school. They've got the UTEP Miners coming in, Coach, and there's going to be a lot of questions around that JSU program. Can they take that step and rise up to the Division I level and challenge the Miners coming in from Texas?
You know, I hope that it's not as long of a transition as it was from Division II to what used to be Division I AA, FCS, or whatever. Now they are FBS, which used to be Division I. And so I'm hoping that it's not a transition, but I think JSU fans need to sit back and realize this could be a transition period, because when you move up divisions, you gain scholarships and all that, but your scholarships behind going into it.
Absolutely. As we see Etowah getting set to run this play, it is the backup quarterback Bennett Reeves, and they're going to let him air it out, Coach. And he's got a man down there, but it's overshot. over the head of number 9 right there for the Blue Devils, Jaden Sweeten, and I would expect to see Sissom sub back in. Is kind of shocked me there. They let the young QB air one out there, as it was second and long, an obvious passing situation, but kind of shocking to me that they let the young man put it in the air.
Yeah, great job right there by Brady Seaman, this the safety for the Springville Tigers. Now we're going to have a 3rd and 12. Big play right here, kind of puts you in but it is, I believe, they're inside the 30 and driving. It is, you do have 2 downs to get this.
I would agree, Coach. We talked about Brady Seaman, the 3-year starter at safety. He's been back there before. He's been in the fire. Hard to get one over him. As they'll dump it down right here in the sit-down area on that comeback route. We'll get the number on that young man in just a second. Is that number 9? I believe that's number 9, the one they just went to a while ago, Jaden Sweeten. He picks up about half the yardage they needed right there. And with that play call, Coach, I believe that they were 2-down territory all the way right there. And I think, excuse me, Coach, I think that was actually the Bennett Reeves right there that time that caught that ball. And that's the guy we just saw check in at quarterback.
Yep.
That'll take us to the end of the first quarter with your score 7-0, Etowah up on the Springville Tigers. On the other side of the break, we'll start the second quarter. Blue Devils driving. It's the Southern States Bank High School football kickoff game of the week.
At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. We're your neighbors and involved in the community. We're the bank featuring the Southern Rewards checking account, a cashback account with no ATM fees. We're on the cutting edge and always have a smiling face to help you out. Stop being just another number at the big bank and start being a neighbor at Southern States Bank. Let us be the bank for you and your business.
I am a dreamer who will make a difference in this world.
I'm flying to a future of great promise and change.
I am a mentor committed to helping my students transform their lives.
I'm a hard worker striving to build a better Alabama.
I am a go-getter with ambition and drive.
I am a Gadsden State Cardinal.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me fly.
If you're the family with kids playing sports and the parents that are running 2 ways at once, then a Team 1 Chevy is perfect for your team. Baseball, softball, and soccer families can travel in all-American style with a new Chevy from Team 1. Bank on the best deal, a great selection, and the perfect vehicle for your all-American team.
Interest rates as low as 1.9% and no payments for 90 days when you finance with GM Financial.
Home of the best people, the best service, period.
We welcome you back in here live at the TV24 studio, Oxford, Alabama. Springville with their heels back on their own goal line once again as the Etowah Blue Devils are driving, and we're just about ready to start the second quarter. Etowah up 7-0 on the Springville Tigers as we get ready for this 4th and 7 play. Sissom will drop back. He's scrambling, retreating. He'll look over the middle. He's got a man as he's dragging defenders, but he will finally be pushed down right at the 15-yard line, Coach. And did he get the first down?
It's going to be really close.
It's going to be very close. Both teams, Etowah's kind of reacting as if he got the first down. And you'll see David Cato, the white hat, signal first down. And, Coach, that had to be very, very close.
We're in the Buffalo Wild Wings. We just talked about in the Buffalo Wild Wings red zone for the second time tonight for the Etowah Blue Devils.
Fresh set of downs here for the Blue Devils.
But a great play by Chisholm right there.
Oh, yes. And we kind of skipped over it talking about did he or did he not pick up the first down, Coach. He was scrambling and found a man downfield, kept his eyes downfield, and that's just a great individual effort right there by Chisholm to keep that drive alive. Johnny Manziel-like right there, you could say. First set of downs, and we've got a timeout on the far side as Etowah will take a timeout right here. And I think we're going to keep it right here. 11-17 to go. Southern States Bank high school football kickoff. This game's been kind of sloppy, Coach. You saw Etowah score on the short field. Some teams have struggled with some penalties that have got them both behind the chains. Etowah's kind of pieced this drive together with a huge 4th down conversion a while ago by quarterback Jamison Chisholm, but just all in all, kind of not a lot of flow to the game so far, Coach.
Yeah, it has been sloppy, but you know who's not sloppy? Freestyle Graphics. Special thanks to Freestyle Graphics, who made our crew shirts for the season. for all your graphics needs, whether apparel, promotional items, signed banners, or novelty items. Visit freestylegraphics.espewebsite.com.
Coach, I'll just say this: if they can make us look good, they got to be good at their job.
Yeah, if they can make us look good, they can make anybody look good. So check out Freestyle Graphics for anything that you need.
We come back now. Etowah had it first and 10 from the 15-yard line of Springville, trying to open this thing up to a 2-score lead. Jamison Sissom in the shotgun, 2 receivers to the far side. He'll bounce the back. They'll take and give to Richardson. He's got a little bit of running room on that left side as he just kind of pushed forward and pounded his way forward for around a gain of one or two, and that'll bring up second and pretty long for the Blue Devils.
Yeah, the Springville Tigers brought a boundary blitz right there, kind of slanted the defensive line towards the field, right to where the ball was being ran. So you had a guy coming off the edge that was the quarterback player in that zone replay, and they did a really good job of getting in their gaps and being gap sound right there.
Good job by number 55 that time for Springville. Landon McKendry, we mentioned before, just kind of held his ground right there, didn't get washed down the line of scrimmage, and was able to make that tackle. Second down, they'll check it down. That's Reeves again. We've seen him go to that little just sit down right there around that little soft area, and they're not afraid to stick that ball in there, and they're picking up some positive plays.
Well, we just talked about in Springville, it's what they do, and that's fine. If you're going to bring blitzes, though, that safety's got to roll down faster. They brought the backer from that side. They just sit him up, kind of replace where the backer came from. So if you're going to do that, you got to make sure that inside backer pushes quickly, or if you're in man coverage, that safety's got to fly down to be able to get to that.
The old philosophy is to slow down those blitzing linebackers, throw it right where they left from, and this is what you saw the Blue Devils do. It'll be third and manageable here, as you'll see Reeves motion from the bottom to the top. He'll sit down around there as a wing back, and we've got another stoppage here, and Etowah's going to burn another timeout, Coach, and that'll only leave them with 1 left in this first half, and we'll keep it right here. 9:44 to go from Springville, second quarter. Etowah up 7-0, and they're talking over this big third down play, Coach. Right here, Coach, they're around what, the 10-yard line, the 11-yard line. Is it 2-down territory here?
It's definitely 2-down territory, but it could be where if something happens and you lose a few yards on third down, you could give the young kicker a chance to make a kick. But the way Coach talked to us this week, I don't see them trying to depend on the field goal, kicking game. They
talked about some turnover they've had at the kicking position, and so I would be shocked to see them try a field goal here if they were not able to convert this third down, which I believe probably had some reason to why they would burn timeouts pretty much almost 2 back-to-back pretty much on this drive, and so they're really putting a lot of trust in this third down play right here to pick up a first down.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of stock into this drive, and I feel like they believe if they can get 2 scores up, that it's going to be tough sledding for the Springville Tigers in their option offense right now that hadn't really taken off so far in the game.
Absolutely. You feel like where you're at right now is Etowah. You can go up 14-0 on the Springville Tigers with the way they move the football. It's going to be tough for them to claw back into this game. Not saying it can't be done. We're not saying that, but from what we've seen so far, Coach, 14-0 is looking pretty good for the Etowah Blue Devils. As we're just about ready to bring back with the action here, as you see the team's kind of moving back towards the football to get set up for this third down play. I'm sorry. It'll be third down and I believe around about 5 for the Blue Devils. They can get a first down. It's not a goal-to-go situation. As you'll see, Jamison Sissom bring his Blue Devils back out and try to pick up the first right here. They've got 2 receivers to the bottom, 1 to the top. They'll give to Richardson. Richardson bounces off the right side. He's going to be dragged down close to a first down. We'll see where they mark it. It's going to be very, very close.
I think if the mark is correct, I think they're going to be half a yard short here.
And you saw David Cato with a closed fist right there. That indicates it will be 4th down. 4th and short here for the Blue Devils. I expect them to go. You kind of see with that running play call right there, it was probably 2-down territory all the way. You see they run the counter there, pulling 2 people. And Richardson was almost able to break that. Great open field tackle there by number 35 for the Tigers. That's Caden Hanrahan.
You would like for that guy who's on the edge right there not to blow up field and make such a big cutback there.
4th and short, and we had movement out of the right guard, Coach. He was pulling around, and a lot of times those pulling guards, they'll get a little bit antsy, and he stood up just before the ball was snapped, and that changes the whole entire scenario here. Is now you go from 4th and short to 4th and 6, 4th and 5, and that changes the play call here significantly, in my opinion.
Well, now you get to answer the question, will they try a field goal in 4th and 5, 4th and 6, or will they keep the offense on the field?
Absolutely. And you see some looks like some substitutions happening here for Etowah. We'll see what they decide to do. And
they'll keep the offense on the field.
They'll keep Jamison Sissom in this offense off the field. Looks to be some confusion here from the Etowah Blue Devils, and we'll see. They go trips to the far side, one receiver to the near side. 4th and 5, 8:45 to go, second quarter. He'll bounce the back Richardson to the far side. There's the snap. He's looking left side. Going to roll. Pressure. He escapes. He's going up the right sideline, and he's going to be knocked out of bounds. Coach, I think he's short of that first down. Did he have to get to around the 5-yard line?
He had to get to around the 5-yard line, and it looks like he's going to come up short.
And it is going to be short. And, Coach, right there, and we talked about Sissom. He's making that transition to wide receiver to quarterback. And, Coach, in my opinion, he's got to stick that foot in the ground right there and pick up this fourth down. You can see he just kind of ran out of bounds right there, kind of on his own. And you just like to see him cut back to the middle of the field right there.
And I think as the year goes along, he understands the situation. He will stick his foot in the ground and get that first down. But big stop right there for the Springville Tigers. The game keeps going on. It feels like the Etowah's dominated the entire ball game, but we look up and it's almost halfway through the second quarter and it's still 7-0 ball game.
Absolutely. Springville's got to be tickled to death of where they are in this game right now. As you'll see Jake Connor bring this Springville offense out again, and they'll give to Alverson. And once again, that trap play is just not there for the Springville Tigers. It's big number 98 right there for the Etowah Blue Devils. That's Braylon Mostella. He has wreaked havoc all night, Coach, and there's just nothing going on that offensive line.
There was some penetration, and because of the penetration, the pulling guard actually gets hit in the backfield. But who was that? It wasn't actually Mostella that did I think it was number 33. Number 33 is
that's
Jaleel Penn. Got great penetration, actually took out the puller, and there was nobody to even block Mostella.
2nd and 10 for the Springville Tigers on their own 5-yard line. Connor takes a snap. They'll give to Alverson once again. Ball's on the turf. Ball's on the turf, and it was fell on by an offensive lineman, number 66 that time for Springville. That's Brody Ginn. We talked about him with the role he was going to play, and a really momentum-saving effort right there as he's able to fall on that fumble and avoid a turnover.
It's crazy. Last week, after watching some of the film from last week against Dora, they had this offense rolling pretty decent. Now, this is about the 3rd time that we've seen it be put on the ground. Etowah's put it on the ground twice, and we talked about as a head coach or as a football coach, you expect to make your most strides between game 1 and game 2. And it feels like both of these teams have played a really sloppy game.
Well, Coach, how much of this is Springville being inefficient and Coach Matt Glover having this Etowah Blue Devil team ready to go, a great defensive mind, and you knew he was going to have this Blue Devil team ready for this triple option attack. As we have a timeout on the field, I believe we're going to take it to break right here on the Southern State Bank High School football kickoff. We'll stay here as I've been told. And so, Coach, back to what we were talking about. This Etowah Blue Devil team, they came in tonight and they have handled this triple option attack that we talked about. They may not be ready for. It's not something you see a lot, and they have handled it about as good as they could have.
Yeah, and Coach Mike Glover was at Clay Chalkville. He was the defensive coordinator there when they won a state championship a couple of years ago. He's a great defensive mind, does a great job, and so I expected nothing less of him to come in and be able to have a good defensive plan together. But Springville's got to throw in a wrinkle. They've got to do something that they didn't put on film last week and try to get a big play, a chunk play right here against the Etowah Blue Devils.
Coach, I believe Springville took a timeout right there. If that's true, then both teams only have one timeout remaining. And unless I missed something that happened down on the field, I believe that had to be the case. As we shouldn't be to the heat timeout yet, as we wouldn't expect that to around the 6-minute mark, and we're only at 7:05. We still have 7 minutes, 5 seconds to go in the second quarter. As you can see from the chains on the far side, it's going to be 3rd and around 13 for this Springville Tiger team. And Coach, we haven't seen a lot of the passing game. We saw one play that looked pretty good, besides a little bit of a ball thrown behind the receiver. But you would expect them to not get too crazy here, back to close to their own goal line.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get too crazy here. I made the mistake a couple years ago. I had a chance to go into half only being down 13-7, and we had a trick play that we've been working on. I said, we're going to run it. And we fumbled it. They scored 2 plays later, and so instead of going into the half only down 13-7, we ended up being down 20-7, and it completely derailed us.
And that's a thing Coach John Clements will have in mind is they have not really got anything going offensively. The game has not gone their way, and they only find themselves down 7-0. So you probably don't want to get too risky right here and give them something that they don't really have to earn. As you will see them come out in the shotgun, Coach Jake Connor back there in the shotgun, something I didn't expect to see. He's got twins to the right, one to the left, and we'll see if they put it in the air right here. Expect maybe like a draw play or something right here just to kind of widen this defense out. They'll roll to the far side, and Connor's in all kind of trouble, Coach. And as the ball goes up and it's caught in the air, Coach, that was a crazy play right there. You had Connor trying to avoid the safety. He tosses it up. It was caught by number 5 that time, Drake DiGiacomo. And Coach, it ends up being a good play because they avoid the safety. What was going on right there?
I'm going to be honest with you, a last-ditch effort to not get a safety. Luckily, Geronimo, or however you say
DiGiacomo
was there to catch the football, get it out of the end zone. And so that could have been devastating because, like I said, I feel like that if this game turns into a 2-possession ball game, it's going to be trying to scratch and claw for the Springville Tigers. And it looks like they're in punt formation here.
Punt formation, Coach, and you would expect kind of a tighter punt formation here as they won't be able to get their normal distance from the long snapper. And we'll see Noel Cox probably get this punt off very quickly as we have a stoppage in play here, and we'll see what's going on right here. David Cagle's, the white hat's going to clear right here, and we'll get the signal. So we have a delay of game penalty right here. And, Coach, and if you were ever going to have a delay of game penalty, that one's not really that costly. What's it going to back it up right here? 1.5 inches maybe?
Yeah, that's not costly at all. You want to make sure that you're ready, though. Looks like Etowah may come after this one. You know, we've had some snap issues already, so they're going to try to get this one snapped and get it off quickly.
And they will get it off. It's fielded around the 38-yard line, and a great open field tackle that time by number 35. That's Caden Hanrahan. He's been all over the place tonight. But another short field for the Etowah Blue Devils, and we'll see if they can finally capitalize, as I would expect a heat timeout right here at the 6-minute mark, especially with a stoppage of play. So we'll probably be going to break here momentarily, and but we'll see as we'll have a replay here. And you'll see 2 returners back deep. They're trying to set up a return, and just a great open field tackle. A lot of times when you send that pressure, Coach, after that punt, you don't have as many blockers down there, and you get some of this kind of stuff that happens. And we are at the heat timeout. And we will go to break right here. Etowah up 7-0 on the Springville Tigers from Springville. We'll talk more about can they punch it in coming out of this timeout right here on the short field. From the Springville side of the 51.
At Oxford Dental Care, they believe in the importance of a healthy, beautiful smile. The staff takes great pride in the treatments they provide and the healthy smiles that they create. Their patients can take advantage of comprehensive dental care that's customized for their individual needs and desires. They provide general, cosmetic, and pediatric dentistry, emergency dental care, teeth whitening, implants, and veneers. Contact their Oxford office at 256-831-3432 or visit the website at oxforddentalcare.net if you have any questions or would like to schedule an appointment. Friendly staff, excellent service, beautiful smiles. A team you can rely on, Oxford Dental Care.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local, family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
We're back on TV 24, the Southern States Bank High School football kickoff game of the week, and we are back in Springville, Alabama. We've got kind of a close one, Coach, where we talked about kind of the sloppiness, teams not being able to, Etowah not being able to capitalize on short fields. Springville, who has played the entire half of football on their own end of the field, but somehow they just find themselves down 7-0 as we're closing in on the half, Coach. But once again, Etowah set up on a short field, and you know Coach Matt Glover and these Etowah Blue Devils players, they want to open this game up. As we talked about, Springville not being able to really do anything offensively. 14-0 sounds like 114-0 right now, the way this game's going.
Yeah, because I believe Springville's got 1, maybe 2 first downs the entire first half. It's been tough sledding for them offensively, but defensively, you can't say enough about Springville's defense, because I think every drive for Etowah has started on Springville's side of the field except for one, and it started on Etowah's 46-yard line, almost at midfield. So Absolutely. You have to be incredibly thankful right now if you're on the Springville sideline to only be down 7-0, and your defense has played really good, but you're playing with fire whenever you keep your defense out on the field the entire ball game.
Absolutely. They bend but don't break so far, but the farther you go out on a limb, Coach, the more likely it is to break.
Yep.
And if you keep making this defense stay out there this whole half, especially in this high humidity, high heat that is down on the field in Springville, Alabama tonight, you're testing your luck here with Springville if you keep putting this defense in these kind of situations. If you're just joining us, 7-0 from Etowah from Springville, 6 minutes to go before the half, and you'll see Etowah, the Blue Devils, they'll break the huddle and take the field out of this heat timeout. 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line of Springville, and Jamison System and his Blue Devil offense ready to go to work. You'll see trip to the far side, and there's the snap. Got a
screenplay.
He's flushed to the left side, going to throw downfield. He's got a receiver. That's number 10. That's L.J. Mostella, the 10th grader, and he's all the way down inside the 20 to around the 19-yard line. I think they'll actually split it on the 20 for a gain of 20, and a great play right there on first down that time by the quarterback, Sissom.
That almost looked like a busted play, Coach. Sissom just kind of, and so it looked like a busted play. 18 found himself wide open. A bust Coach, right there in the coverage.
Coach, I said number 10 that time. It was number 18, E.J. Teal, on a good catch and run right there. And Etowah worked, as you see that was a first down play right there, and a great recovery by the corner there. Jalen Walker had a step on him in the end zone and just knocked away at the last second
Cody
that time
Ingram, the senior.
By Cody Ingram, the corner. I'm sorry, I thought we were looking at a replay right there. That's my mistake. Great call right there on second down. Try to take the top off, first down, try to take the top off, and just knocked away at the last second.
Just knocked away. Great play right there, running through the ball. You know you're out of phase. Continue to run. When his hands go up, I rake through and try to make a play. It looks like we may have a boundary blitz right here from the corner. They step out of it and bring the safety instead.
System to the end zone, and it goes out of the camera view, and I think he called it for the touchdown. We'll see right here as it went out of screen, and it'll be incomplete. We apologize for that, as we saw the same view you did at home. That play went out of the camera screen. Looked like it was going to be caught, but you saw as we come back into the full screen picture there, it was incomplete. It'll bring up 3rd and 10 from the 20-yard line of the Blue Devils, of the Tigers. And you saw right there 2 plays potentially that could have been touchdowns and just not able to execute for the Blue Devils. And now you find yourself in a 3rd and long.
Yeah, we missed it right there. Couldn't see what happened on that, but it looked like the receiver was open, had a step. So we'll have to try to figure out what happened there.
And another drop ball, it looked like to me, as number 11, that's Walker again. Looks like he was behind the defense right there, but again, Cody Ingram giving a great effort and is able to knock that pass down. And now Etowah, we saw them pick up a great gain on first down and maybe go to the well a few too many times. As you can see, that ball looks like it should have been caught to me, Coach. Just bad execution right there. And a 4th down and long here, and you'll see this offense stay on the field. As we get some late stuff from Springville there, looks like they'll be called out of position. And Etowah kind of taking a long time to snap the ball, and Springville will call timeout to avoid disaster there. As I think that'll be their last time out of the half with 5:28 to go in the second quarter. And we'll see what both teams decide to do here coming out of this timeout. You saw Etowah, they lined up quickly like they were going to go for it, but that could have been a situation where they check into something or they run it down and call a timeout. Coach, what do you expect to see here coming out of this timeout?
Well, I think it's 4th and 10, so you may see they had some guys open right there, so they may take a chance back downfield. They may also send 2 guys out and run a dig right at the line. They may also go to a screen play or something like that. And so it's wide open, but you got a 4th and 10. And so just looking to see what they're going to do there. But they could have snapped the football and probably got illegal participation against the Springville Tigers there, but did not snap the football.
Absolutely. As you saw players running off, I expected them to go quickly and snap it and get numbers there. But as you can see, Springville was able to call timeout. Coach, going back to these last 3 plays we saw, actually the last 4 plays, a 20-yard gain on first down from the 40, and then you go to the end zone 3 times, and from what it looks like to us, 3 balls that should have potentially been caught for touchdowns, all 3 of them find a way to fall to the turf, and now you're backed up here, 4th and 10, and it kind of seems like, once again, this Springville defense is going to find a way to bail themselves out.
Well, I feel like that the success that Etowah's been able to have in the passing game has been the short to intermediate passing, not going downfield. Keep throwing that stop. If they're going to keep bringing an outside linebacker or a safety or something like that, keep throwing that hit. And keep throwing that hit until they take it away.
And we can very easily see something right there, like that right here. You can sit a guy down right at the stick and put it on him. System will roll to the near side, looking. Now he'll tuck and run, and he's going to be brought down short of the first down. Great open field tackle that time. Looks to be number 24 of the Tigers, Josh Poe, from his defensive back spot. And once again, this Springville defense bends, but it doesn't break. And once again, they bail out this struggling offense. As you see again, System rolling this way. And I'm sorry, that was Cole Tittle on the tackle that time. We talked about him.
Talked about Cole Tittle a lot in the pregame. Very big tackle right there in open field. You see that Cole Tittle has some closing speed right there and was able to chase him down. And again, the Springville defense, even though their offense has been anemic at best, has been able to keep them in the ball game. And one of these ball games, if you let a team hang around, it gets more and more dangerous for the team that's probably supposed to win the game.
And Springville's missing alignment on this near side, I do believe. It looks like the left guard is missing. As you'll see, 66, Brody Ginn, the senior, run out there late. Don't know if he was getting something worked on or something, but I think that's going to
Springville don't have a timeout left.
They don't have a timeout. They may have been a delay of game, coaches. That took a long time for him to get out there, and it is a delay of game. So that'll back them up 5. And once again, coach, this Springville offense, they sputtered enough, and now you're missing personnel. I don't really see how you messed that up after a stoppage right there, unless they were just working on something, maybe his helmet or a uniform issue or something. But you don't expect a senior to make that mistake.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is to put yourself behind the chains when you've already struggled offensively all night long.
We'll see Sean Crawford, the umpire, step in here. It wasn't quite ready for play. Now it's ready as Jake Connor will take the snap. Again, the hand of Malin. He's got a little room this time as he bounces it up that Greenville sideline, and he's out across the 20-yard line.
They've been trying to run that trap all night long.
They've been trying to run it, and it wasn't really there, I didn't think, but he found a little wiggle room and popped that thing out for a gain of around 11 or 12 yards. That's what this Springville Tiger needed, offense needed.
Here's the replay. Mostella was in the backfield, just tried to chase it down from the backside and couldn't make the play. Great kick-out block right there by the guard. I think that was actually Brody Smith, the guy that was coming on the field too late.
Absolutely, and I spoke incorrectly. I think it'll be second and short, as he was just short of the first down. But nevertheless, here's Jake Connor on the straight quarterback sneak on second down, and he'll have first down yardage, and that'll move the sticks. And these Springville Tigers, we talked about it. The longer you let a team hang around, if you're Etowah, like Springville, the more they start to believe that they can beat you. And you've seen more success these last 2 plays from the Springville Tiger offense than you've seen for most of the entire first half.
And I'll tell you this, Coach, if I'm Springville right now, I'm letting the clock run down, and then if I get a few more first downs, then I'm going to try to speed it up a little bit. But right now, I'm going to let that clock go. And at worst, I want to go into half down 7-0.
Absolutely. And that Springville Tiger defense desperately needs some rest. As you'll see, Malin Iverson bounce it back, and he's got a little crease again as he kind of cut back across the drain there near the line of scrimmage and finds 4 or 5 yards on first down.
Yeah, and all of that right there looked like Malin Iverson.
Positive plays on first down is what this Springville Tiger offense needs right here, as they found two 2 on the last 2 tries.
Malin did a really good job of getting vertical right there. It looked like there wasn't a whole lot there. One cut, get vertical, fall forward, get what you can. And in this offense, 2nd and 6 feels a lot better, or 2nd and 5 actually feels a lot better than 2nd and 9.
They'll see Connor take it and keep it himself as he breaks a tackle, and he's up his own sideline, and he has tripped up. Coach, the 41-yard line got him right there. He looked like he was off to the races, but maybe they didn't cut that grass quite as low this week. As you see, he just lost his footing right there.
But for the first time all game, Springbow's got a little something going. Now they can kind of get it going, but
Coach,
hate that right there because literally he tripped over his own feet right there.
And you need to put the 41-yard line in the stat book, as he's the only one that got him right there, Coach. And you never complain about a positive game, but, Coach, that had the potential to maybe going deep into Etowah territory. And you know Etowah's tickled with that. They just came away with that.
But right there, Springville gets their 2nd first down of the drive. That's a huge start. And I really like Connor running the football. I think Jake Connor brings a little bit different something. And now they've been able to spread them out a little bit like we talked about earlier. They pounded with Albertson. And now Jake Connor, who's got a little bit of speed about him, has been able to get up in there. And we have another first down.
And the thing about running with the quarterback, Coach, is it adds that extra blocker. When you're struggling on the ground, a lot of times if you can add that extra blocker and that running back who's normally receiving it or receiving the handoff, it opens things up. As we'll see Connor going back to the ground game again with Connor, and on that same type play, and he's got positive yards again. And Coach, we talked about the discipline it takes to play a team like Springville. Is Etowah getting a little tired here before the half?
It looks like Etowah's getting tired. It looks like Springville is in pretty good shape. So it looks like pushing the tempo at practice and hydrating and fueling the body this week has done a good job for the Springville Tigers. But you're exactly right, Coach. Right here, it looks like the Etowah Blue Devils are a little bit tired. There's been some missed tackles on this drive. There's some hands on the hips. And so can Springville take advantage of this and put some points on the board right before half?
Stoppage in play here.
Probably going to be a timeout, Etowah.
As you'll see the teams kind of coming towards, you'll see the teams going towards their benches. I think we will have a timeout taken right here as we'll get the call from the white hat, David Cato. And I think it was an Etowah timeout.
But no, we have a change.
Or
the change was set up wrong.
Okay, I think they did move the change, and it was a first down, and we got the change finally positioned correctly. And David Cato doing a good job there to make sure they were set right. As you'll see, Springville getting ready to go to work once again. They'll keep it on the ground with Connor to the near side. Not quite as much here, but still a positive play. And you're going to have him drugged down late, Coach. And that was a very good call right there by those officials. As you see it getting chippy down there right now. They drug him all the way in the chain link fence over there, looked like to me, Coach. And that's a little silly mistake there that time by Corey Duncan of the Blue Devils to kind of get in and just not stop when he's out of bounds, obviously out of bounds.
And, you know, football is a game of intensity. You got to play the right way, but once you get 10 yards off, like he was literally over on the bench.
He was past the players, the benches, the water coolers. I think he might have went by the cheerleaders right there, Coach. He was very far out of bounds there, and the guy just not letting off. And that's just silly. And we talked about Etowah looking fatigued right here, as you'll see it again. And we'll see, yes, it was number 1 that time from Etowah, Corey Duncan, just not getting off the quarterback here. And, Coach, as an official myself back in the day, when a player goes out of bounds on their own sideline, and I told you he got a young lady over there, Coach, as she got kind of caught up in the melee there. If you are tackling an opponent on their own sideline, Coach, you got to be very careful to let them go when they go out of bounds. They're always going to give them the benefit of the doubt on their own sideline. That right there, though, that was rough for the WWE, Coach, right there. They took him all the way to the fence. They're going to have to redo the fence over there on that Springville sideline before their next game.
Coach, there is nothing more that will drive a coach crazy. And the bad thing about it is Etowah's been pretty good in this first half as far as penalties and stuff. But here, listen to this. They're teenagers. Teenagers are going to make mistakes.
Absolutely.
Playing hard. And I don't think there was any maliciousness there. I think just playing hard, maybe not understanding where you're at on the field.
There's a fine line between playing hard and playing a little silly at times, and that was just a little silly mistake right there by the young man, as he just could have let him go when he got at least past the players.
He actually played it very well.
He did. He came up and was a great run stopper right there that time as he came and sat on line of scrimmage. You just got to let go when they're that far out of bounds. We're actually going to have multiple penalties on Etowah here, coaches. We had a personal foul and an unsportsmanlike conduct, and they'll be able to enforce both of those penalties, I do believe, and that's going to take it, Coach, all the way inside of the 10-yard line. It'll be first and goal for Springville, and Coach, as the strip flipped in Springville right here. They went from absolutely nothing to now they're in first and goal.
Well, it feels like the strip has flipped, and then also there, like you said, you get the personal foul. That's a 15-yard penalty, and then you get unsportsmanlike on top of that, which is a 15-yard penalty. Inside the 20 is going to be half the distance to the goal, and so now you find yourself on the 7-yard line going in for an offense that hadn't done anything. We find ourselves back in the Buffalo Wild Wings red zone for the first time tonight for the Springville Tigers.
Connor will take it off the right side. He will walk in. Touchdown, Springville. Jake Connor, the quarterback, he commanded it the whole way down the field, Coach, and Mr. Momentum has changed his address from the Etowah sideline to the Springville sideline as they have absolutely found life in something they did not have on offense, Coach, and it is a Team One Chevrolet touchdown brought to you by Team One Chevrolet of Gadsden.
Team One Chevrolet of Gadsden, best people, best prices, period. They got the best people, the best service, period. Visit Team One Chevrolet in Gadsden. If you want to score like the Springville Tigers just did, score with a new ride at Team One Chevrolet in Gadsden.
We'll see a little bit of what they call in the football world the water bucket kick formation, as you'll see the line shift from the left back to the right, and they'll attempt a normal PAT right here. The kicker for Springville is number 23. That's Patrick Williams. The kick is up, and the kick is true, and we're all tied up in Springville, Alabama, folks. New life has been breathed into these Springville Tigers as they were down the whole half, 7-0. Right here before they half, they find a way to take the lead, and we'll be right back to Springville for the conclusion of the first half. This is the Southern States Bank High School Football Kickoff Game of the Week.
Since 2002, Advantage Tire and Alignment has been the place to call when your car won't go. They specialize in new tires, used tires, and wheels. In addition, they also provide alignment services and vehicle repair like brakes, rotors, struts, shocks, and alternators. It is their goal to provide quick, convenient, and friendly service. If you want the advantage, go to Advantage Tire and Alignment, where the customer always has the advantage.
Hey, this is Jason at Reeves Insurance. Just want to say a quick thank you to all of our customers for your support over the years. We now have offices in Anniston, Alexandria, and Oxford in order to serve you better. So stop in and see me or any of our experienced staff and let us shop for you to find you the best price and the best coverage available. Thank you.
At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. We're your neighbors and involved in the community. We're the bank featuring the Southern Rewards checking account, a cashback account with no ATM fees. We're on the cutting edge and always have a smiling face to help you out. Stop being just another number at the big bank and start being a neighbor at Southern States Bank. Let us be the bank for you and your business.
I'm Dudley Miller.
We're back on TV 24 as Springville kicks it deep to Etowah. Inside of 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. And you see the returner there is cut down around the 25-yard line. Coach, John Clements, he went to this triple option offense this summer, but that time right there, he put it in his quarterback's hands and he said, hey, diddle, diddle, here comes Jake Connor up the middle. They took it all the way down the field and were able to tie this game up. And, Coach, they got a little bit of life in them now as they look like they've got extra skip in their step as you see Etowah kind of looking around like, okay, now they've hit us in the mouth after we kind of controlled the half. What do you expect to see the Blue Devils do right here as the half comes to an end?
I think Etowah's got to be careful. If you get a couple of first downs, go out and try to go score a touchdown. But if you try to just run it fast and you throw 3 passes and you go 3 and out again, like last drive, and you put your defense back on the field who was tired and was struggling to kind of make tackles that they were making early in the game, a screen play is a good play, but Springville plays it very well. Number 22 is Cole Tittle, the inside linebacker, plays that screenplay about as well as you could possibly play it.
Coach, hey, diddle, diddle, there goes Cole Tittle.
Yeah.
He's been all over the field tonight, and, you know, he's just been he's kind of kept Springville in at the time making those plays from linebacker position, and it'll bring up a 2nd and long. System's going to be flushed to the left side. He'll get rid of it, finds the receiver up the far sideline. He'll be run out of bounds close to the first down. Coach, I believe he's got it, and I think by that mark from the official, he will have an Etowah first down.
Yeah, he's going to get the first down, and I think with that first down, I think Etowah will kind of put their foot down now and try to go score right here before half.
We've seen them be successful in this intermediate pass game, and in this 2-minute drill right here, I would expect to see a lot of that.
Well, if they go down and score now, what people may not remember is Etowah got the ball first. Springville got the ball first, elected to get the ball first to start the game. So if Etowah could get a 2-for-1 right here, that would be huge for the Blue Devils to answer back the score by Springville.
Absolutely. Etowah keep it spread out now, 2 by 2. System's got the ball. He'll look over the middle. He'll dump it off again on the far side, and Cole Tittle will drag the receiver down that time for a gain of around 5 or 6 yards. That's number 4 for the Blue Devils. That's Bodie Bennett, the senior.
Also in on that tackle was number 3, Braden Seaman for actually that is number 2, Jacob Adams, the junior for Springville, the safety.
System rolling right. Got his eyes downfield. He'll pull up, sling it downfield, and it's going to be, I believe it's going to be caught, and it is caught down there inside of Springville territory around the 37-yard line. That's number 8, Bennett Reeves, the wide receiver who stepped in and played quarterback a while ago when System went out. And I see people walking back towards the original line of scrimmage, Coach. I believe we got a flag on the play. That's just
probably a hold.
A momentum killer there from Etowah. They look like they were cooking with a little gas after that score from Springville. As you saw on your TV at home, we didn't quite get David Cadle's signal there that time, but nevertheless, it was a penalty on the, well, I can tell you what the penalty was, Coach. They didn't mark off any yardage. They had an illegal man downfield, I do believe.
Yep.
That's not a yardage penalty. You just lose the down. So that'll bring up 2nd and 11, as you see System going out of bounds on that right side as he's hit very late, and you see the flags come in late, and like we saw a while ago, you see Springville committing the foul on the late hit on the quarterback as he's going out of bounds, and now you see the officials coming in as it looks like it's getting a little chippy on that Etowah sideline.
Not as malicious, I feel like, as the one earlier, not as far out of bounds, but it did like it was late right there. They're going to try to protect the quarterback at all costs. So
you can see it right here on your screen at home.
It's going to be number 35 with the penalty.
And, Coach, is that way out of bounds? No. But what did I talk about? When you're on that team's sideline and you hit them late out of bounds, they're always going to give that team that it's their side's benefit of the doubt. If that's on the Springville side, Coach, I doubt you see that flag come in. I'll tell you who needs to have on their head on the swivels, that water boy over there. He might be a little sore tomorrow.
Yeah, between him and the girl that got taken out on Springville sideline earlier, there's been some casualties on the sidelines tonight.
Bless their hearts, as they'll have some war stories to tell at work and school tomorrow. As you'll see this penalty marked off, and it's going to take Etowah inside Springville territory, just inside the 45-yard line. 1:17 to go, and if my count is right here at home or at the studio, I've got Etowah with 1 timeout left, just over a minute left in the first half. There's the snap. System looking. He steps in, throws downfield. and that ball is going to fall incomplete. And we
We
got
have
a
another
flag coming
flag,
in
though.
late, Coach, and I believe that's going to be pass interference.
Pass interference on the cornerback.
The lens, the camera kind of caught the edge of the press box there. It looked like maybe number 11, Jalen Walker, had a step on the defender there, and he just kind of got a little early contact here. As we may see it better on this replay.
Here's the thing, Coach. A pass interference penalty right there is not terrible in that situation, because in high school football, it's not like the NFL. It's not a spot foul. It's going to be 15 yards, but that's much better than them catching the ball inside the 10-yard line.
15 yards, and you get to line up and play another down is a lot better than 1st and goal from the 5.
Well, they've proven all game long, bend but don't break, live to play another down.
Absolutely. As Etowah will have a first down from inside the 30-yard line. 1st and 10, Sissom rolling right. Got his eyes downfield. He'll dump it off now in the flats, and that's going to be incomplete. Intended for number 4 that time of the Blue Devils, Bodie Bennett once again.
Probably one of those receivers probably messed up on the route, had 2 receivers in one place. That usually not how you draw it up as a coach.
We got another flag down, Coach. It's in the middle of the field, around the area of maybe lineman downfield, maybe in the area of a hole. We'll see what it is.
Yeah, I think one thing I believe that Springville's going to want to do a better job of as this game goes along is on those rollouts. They're not doing a real good job of setting the edge.
There's no real force player coming up and making the quarterback pull up and make a decision. He's just kind of getting the roll and keep his eyes downfield.
Sissom's been very efficient when he's been on the run, and nobody's pulled him up. So I think they need to really do a good job of setting that hard edge, and because they're getting some pressure from inside. Their defensive tackles and their nose guard is really doing a good job. It is going to be a legal man downfield.
It's going to be a legal man downfield once again, and that's going to back them up, I do believe, as it is a 5-yard penalty. I misspoke a while ago when I said that was not a yardage penalty. That's an illegal forward pass. I'm sorry. I misspoke there. It's going to be a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. It'll be first down once again. Sissom flush to his left. He'll take off this time and tuck it down. He's got room up that far sideline, out of bounds, close to the first down. We'll see where they marked him out. They'll mark him out a little bit short. It'll bring up second and around 7. Coach, like you just said, Sissom has been able to roll. Nobody has forced him to pull up in that pocket or pull up close to that line of scrimmage and make a decision. And you see this time he just chooses to tuck it and run it, and that's a great decision that time by Sissom. He was run out of bounds that time by Caden Hanrahan of the Tigers. And it'll bring up second and short. Under a minute to play, first half, 7-7 ball game from Springville. Etowah driving, looking to go up 7 before the half. Second down and 5. Snap to Sissom.
Got pressure.
Looking downfield, pulled up, and I believe it's incomplete. It was intended for Jalen Walker, Coach, and I think he actually caught the football, but he was already out of bounds when he hauled it in, and that'll bring up 3rd and 5. I think it's definitely 2-down territory here for the Blue Devils, so you expect them to maybe, run the ball here on 3rd and manageable to kind of set up 4th and short. When you got 2 downs to get it, it makes it a lot easier to run the ball here on 3rd down if they choose to.
No doubt. I mean, you still got plenty of time. You're at the 24-yard line, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. So playbook's wide open.
If they go back to that little, Coach, they tried to go back to what they've done so many times, just try to find somebody in the flats. That was intended for the running back there that time. That's Lamont Richardson, and you could see immediate pressure on
Cat and
Sissom.
mouse game.
And
there's probably going to be a guy open, but they're bringing so much pressure. There's a couple of guys that are unblocked. He can't step into that throw and make a good throw.
And you saw him airmail that one a little bit, had a wide open receiver, but like you said, the blitz definitely affected that throw there by Sissom. It'll bring up 4th and 5 for the Blue Devils. And this is a huge play right here for both teams, as Springville has proven all night they can get off the field. Etowah's trying to feel like they finally capitalize on a drive after it's had some success. Sissom's flush to the right. He'll tuck it down and he'll run. He'll pull up finally, and that ball's going to fall incomplete as it was intended for the receiver on the far sideline. Number 4 for the Springville Tigers, that's Caden Jeffrey, the 10th grader, Coach. He steps up and makes a big play right there, and that's a turnover on downs with 39 seconds to go. And, Coach, I would expect Springville to take a knee right here and get it to the half.
No doubt. Great pressure, 55, and number 3, the safety, bringing really good pressure there.
That's
and
great.
Then great coverage.
That safety right there that closed right there is Brady Seaman, and Coach John Clemens talked about that he had to step up tonight. He's a 3-year starter, a leader on that defense. You see him close on Sissom right there, and we talked about it. Finally made Sissom make a decision when he was rolling out, and you see right there they just kind of ran out of real estate on that sideline.
In other action, the Ohatchee Indians have just defeated the Sachs Wildcats 32-8 at the Creek Bank tonight. So Ohatchee starts 1-0 on the year, and Sachs will be searching for the first win under the Alfonso Freni leadership next week.
Jake Connor takes a knee there, as you saw on the screen, and they will let this clock expire on the first half. Coach, it's been up and down. It's been a battle of momentum, field position, but at halftime, Springville has got to be thrilled that it's 7-7. Etowah feeling like they have dominated, but they're not ahead on the scoreboard, and I believe that as we go into this half, the momentum definitely sits with the Springville Tigers. We'll come back and talk a little bit about some games from around the area and recap the first half of this game. This has been the Southern State Bank High School Football Kickoff first half. We'll be back for the second half in the TV24 studio.
At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. We're your neighbors and involved in the community. We're the bank featuring the Southern Rewards checking account, a cashback account with no ATM fees. We're on the cutting edge and always have a smiling face to help you out. Stop being just another number at the big bank and start being a neighbor at Southern States Bank. Let us be the bank for you and your business.
I'm Bill Newman. I want to welcome you to our store, Oxford Lumber and Ace Hardware, and I want to promise you that when you come in here, you're going to get service. We're going to greet you and take care of you and get you what you need. Today I've got Shaw Williams with me, who runs our steel power department. Shaw, tell us a little bit about our steel department.
We've got a full line of steel power equipment, parts, service. If you need some advice on taking that tree down, we can give you that too. We welcome our customers in to come in anytime and take care of these advantages that we have here at Oxford Lumber.
In the heart of your community, Coosa Valley Technologies brings you the future of high-speed internet. Having connection issues? Simply reach out to us, your neighbors, and experience exceptional customer service. Our local customer support experts guide you through the process with a personalized touch. Our skilled technicians install top-notch equipment for the most reliable connection. From community to your home, Coosa Valley Technologies, where local care meets global connectivity. Visit us online or call now to join the Coosa Valley Technologies family.
I'm Bill Newman. I want to welcome you to our store, Oxford Lumber and Ace Hardware, and I want to promise you that when you come in here, you're going to get service. We're going to greet you and take care of you and get you what you need. Today I've got Shaw Williams with me, who runs our steel power department. Shaw, tell us a little bit about our steel department.
We've got a full line of steel power equipment, parts, service. If you need some advice on taking that tree down, we can give you that too. We welcome our customers in to come in anytime and take care of these advantages that we have here at Oxford Lumber.
Yeah. We are back for the halftime breakdown here on the Southern State Bank High School Football Kickoff Game of the Week. Coach, some things I want to talk about the first half as we find our score 7-7. It's been a defensive battle so far. But at the end of that first half, we saw that Etowah defense. They dominated. We talked about number 98, the big lineman, Braylon Mostella. And at the end of that first half, we saw Jake Connor take that Springville team down the field on his back. And it just looked like Etowah was out of gas, Coach. And on the flip side of that, Springville, they bended the whole half on defense. They bent, but they did not break. And then I've mentioned it, Jake Connor just absolutely put that Springville offense on his back. He carried it probably 4, 5, 6, 7 times on that final drive of that half right there to score. And we find ourselves knotted up 7-7. What did you see in the first half that you want to make sure that we talk about?
I think everything is, one, is missed opportunities by Etowah's offense. And then two, I talked about it before we started the game, that tackling sometimes is about want to. And when I thought Etowah, when they got tired at the end of the first half, the tackles that they were making early in the ball game, they started missing those tackles. And when they did, Springville was actually able to get something going. Connor, I want to see Jake Connor have the ball in his hands more in this second half from start to finish. I think he's a player. I think he's going to be a guy that's able to carry this team. I thought Cole Tittle, number 22, the linebacker for the Springville defense, had an outstanding first half. But I was really impressed with Jake Connor. And Malin Albertson did exactly what he's supposed to do, pound, pound, pound. He broke away on some big runs too. He tired out the defense, continued to pound on them, and then Jake Connor was able to take over and make stuff happen. So I want to see Jake Connor, the point that you've already brought up. When you run the quarterback, you gain a blocker. You gain an advantage in the run game when you're able to run your quarterback. For Etowah, we know Jamison Schism is a great athlete. We know what he can do, but I thought that Springville was able to really, really put some pressure on this offensive line for the Etowah Blue Devils in some of their blitz packages.
When we talked about, Coach, we talked about how effective Sissom was on the run, leaving the pocket, and he was really attacking towards the line of scrimmage, and there was no edge player from Springville out there to really make him make a decision. You saw on that last drive, they finally got somebody to roll down from that safety position and put pressure on him to throw the football or decide if he was going to tuck it and run. And I think that's what they've got to do. These coaches will go in there, they'll find a way to kind of corral Sissom. But going back to Jake Connor, Coach, when I talked to Coach John Clements of Springville on Wednesday, he said the first name out of his mouth when I asked about some key guys that they were going to rely on tonight, he said it absolutely starts with the quarterback, Jake Connor. They tried to get that triple option game going, and I think you'll see them continue to do some of that to keep this Etowah Blue Devil honest. But I think when it gets down to the nitty-gritty time and they have to have something in this second half to have a chance to win this football game, you're absolutely going to see the ball in Jake Connor's hands, as he proved that he was the leader of that offense. But expect to see Malin Albertson. We talked about him not a huge standout in that in that first half, but you know that if you give him just a little bit of room, he can make you pay. That he's not a 1,000-yard rusher on last season for no reason. And anything that you expect to see maybe different out of this Etowah defensive line unit that maybe they got away from in the end of the first half that they'll come back to?
I think getting in the locker room, I think recuperating, getting some fluids, those liquid IVs that was donated, I think they need to drink a lot of them and get some fluids back in their body. But the heat and being first game, nobody's in great shape as they want to be in game number one because there's a difference in conditioning. There's a difference in practice, and there is a difference in all that. But who does never get tired of doing good work? That's Freestyle Graphics. Freestyle Graphics is who made our crew shirts for this season, made us look good for all your graphics needs, whether apparel, promotional items, signs, banners, or novelty items. Visit freestylegraphics.espwebsite.com for all your needs. And so for Freestyle Graphics,
we said it before, they make us look good, they can make you look good. We're going to kick it to break. When we come back, we're going to talk more about Springville Etowah as we get ready for the second half. You're watching the Southern State Bank High School Football Kickoff Game of the Week.
I'm Dudley Miller and my wife Val, and this is the staff at Cremation Services. Together, we have over 100 years experience in funeral service. To me, career longevity is an indication of a person's ability to extend grace and compassion and deal with the family in an honest, trustworthy, and decent manner. We ask that you consider us at Cremation Services of East Alabama in your time of loss.
The weather is warming up and spring is just around the corner at Miller Sand and Landscape Supply. I'm Craig Miller, and we've got something for everyone. From bulk materials like sand, gravel, and mulch to beautiful outdoor decor to make your outdoor living space the envy of the neighborhood. See our beautiful selection of Mazzarelli fountains, flowers to brighten your garden, and an outdoor center loaded with beautiful decor. Whether you need a little or a lot, visit Miller Sand and Landscape Supply.
Second Chance, serving Calhoun, Cleburne, Etowah, and Talladega counties. Second Chance provides safe shelter and supportive services for domestic and dating violence victims and offers educational outreach to residents of the communities served, empowering victims in their recovery and the public towards intervention in these crimes. If you or someone you know is in an abusive relationship, please have them call and see if we can help. Thank you.
We are Caring Hands, providing quality in-home care. We help our patients with light housekeeping, planning meals, bathing, grooming. We offer companionship, reminders of medication, transportation, and errands. Please call us. Let our family take care of yours. Call Caring Hands at 256-281-3100.
Welcome back to the Southern States Bank High School Football Kickoff. This don't happen without our sponsors, and we want to take a look at some of our sponsors right here. I just talked about Southern States Bank. At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. Locations in Anniston and Sylacauga. Let us be the bank for you. Special thanks to Southern States Bank for sponsoring us. Team 1 Chevrolet of Gadsden, home of the best people, the best service, period. If you want to win, go up to Team 1 Chevrolet of Gadsden, drive off with a new vehicle, and you will not be disappointed. Oxford Lumber, we talked about tackling. We talked about how tackling's important. If you want to tackle your home improvement projects with the pros from Oxford Lumber, you want to tackle your home improvement projects with the pros from Oxford Lumber. I can't talk. Company. You'll celebrate the victory when you go see the folks at Oxford Lumber Company. And then ABS Business Systems, if you've got a business need, printers, anything like that for your business, go and visit ABS. The people there will be glad to help you with all your business needs, help you out in that facility. Coach, what do you think about the second half for this?
Coach, we talked about it a little bit before we went to break. We mentioned who was in better shape. And right now, I believe the Springville Tigers are in a little bit better shape than the Etowah Blue Devils. As you saw them, Etowah out to a quick start, Springville sputtered, but at the end of that first half, it was Etowah that looked like they were sucking a little bit of wind, and Springville took advantage of that. They put a drive together. They find themselves locked up in a 7-7 ball game when it looked like Etowah absolutely dominated the first half in every category except the scoreboard, Coach, and that's the only one that matters. We talked about before we went to break the adjustments that Etowah's defense can make to kind of get back to what they were doing. I think it starts up front with big number 98, Braylon Mostella. We've got to see him be a space eater like he was in the first half, disrupt those pulling guards, and put some pressure on this backfield of Springville. On the flip side of that, Springville, you just got to keep doing what you're doing. Bend but don't break. We talked about it. They've been in their own territory the entire ball game. They've been on the field most of the ball game. If you're Coach John Clements, you are absolutely hyping that defense up in the locker room, and they are feeling invincible right now, because the shape they were in, about 4 or 5 drives started for Etowah inside of their own territory, and they only give up a touchdown that started on a drive that started on their own 7-yard line.
When they come back out, both teams are going to be fresher than it was at the end of the first half. Can Etowah capitalize and make big plays early and hold on? Because I feel like if the game stays like it is, as the game goes along, I feel like that it is definitely benefits the Springville Tigers. Springville's going to keep pounding, like you said, keep bending but don't breaking. But can Etowah come out, hit some big plays? We see that they got big play capabilities. They just got to, they've got to execute.
Missed opportunity, Coach. We talked about it. A football play is about 150 to 200 plays long, and in that 200 or so plays, there's about 5 or 6 that make up the outcome of the game. And you don't know when they're going to come, you don't know what scenario they'll be in, and when you get those opportunities like Etowah did to take some big shots and have some steps on some guys behind the defense, and those short fields to score on, you've got to find a way to take advantage of those. If you have those drives and you look at the end of the night and you didn't score but one time when you had the ball in plus territory, it's easy to see how Springville has stayed in this game. And there's really no one to blame, but for Etowah, but themselves, as they've had multiple opportunities, and I expect Coach Glover to have fired up that team at halftime. And like we said, fresh start in the second half. Teams will have their win back. They always talk about the first 5 minutes of the second half. Somebody's going to set themselves up to win this ball game in the first 5 minutes of this second half. We just got to wait and see who that is.
And you know, I was looking at Springbill's record from last year. They obviously went 1-9, but 35-0, 38-0, 41-13, 42-20, 33-15, 53-22, 53-14. And then 70-40. Those are 8 of their 10 ball games. That was the score. And so for them to be in at halftime and it be a 7-7 ball game, those kids have got to be believing, hey, what we did in the off season, what we did in the weight room, what we've done since the end of the year last year to now is paying off. We're still in this ball game. We have an opportunity to win this ball game. We're the team that's in better shape right now. Let's go out there. Let's execute. Let's keep playing defense, keep tackling. Hey, listen, we've proven that as long as we don't give up the big play and we continue to make them drive and play another play like we've already talked about, Coach, we can have a chance to win this ball game.
Well, we talked about it in the pregame show. When you have a team like Springville who has not had a load of success over recent years, we talked about faking it till you making it, believing in yourself and trying to stay in a game with an opponent that you may or may not have any business being on the field with. As you look at this score from last year, when Etowah ran away from Springville 35-0, now they find themselves against that same jersey, that same foe, and now it's 7-7. If you let Springville hang around and believe that they can win this game, it only takes one game like this to turn a program around. And Coach John Clements, I'm sure, is telling his team that, and they're gonna make the most of this opportunity. Well, whether that results in them winning this ball game at the conclusion of this half or not, Springville's put some respect back on their name as this first half has come to a conclusion.
So what do you think Coach Matt Glover is telling his team at halftime?
I think he's telling them, guys, look, we know we slopped around and let some opportunities get away. It doesn't matter. We have to go out in this second half and take care of our business. We can't go back out and convert those drives we let get away from us. We can't stop them from taking that long drive and score now. If we'll play Etowah football right here in the second half, if we'll do what we do and execute, we'll be fine. As we're just about set to take another break, when we come back, we'll have the second half of the Southern State Bank High School football game of the week live from the TV24 studio in Oxford, Alabama.
At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. We're your neighbors and involved in the community. We're the bank featuring the Southern Rewards checking account, a cashback account with no ATM fees. We're on the cutting edge and always have a smiling face to help you out. Stop being just another number at the big bank and start being a neighbor at Southern States Bank. Let us be the bank for you and your business.
Hi, I'm Bill Newman. I want to welcome you to our store, Oxford Lumber and Ace Hardware, and I want to promise you that when you come in here, you're going to get service. We're going to greet you and take care of you and get you what you need. Today I've got Shaw Williams with me, who runs our steel power department. Shaw, tell us a little bit about our steel department.
We've got a full line of steel power equipment, parts, service. If you need some advice on taking that tree down, we can give you that too. We welcome our customers in to come in anytime and take care of these advantages that we have here at Oxford Lumber.
In the heart of your community, Coosa Valley Technologies brings you the future of high-speed internet. Having connection issues? Simply reach out to us, your neighbors, and experience exceptional customer service. Our local customer support experts guide you through the process with a personalized touch. Our skilled technicians install top-notch equipment for the most reliable connection. From community to your home, Coosa Valley Technologies, where local care meets global connectivity. Visit us online or call now to join the Coosa Valley Technologies family.
I'm Bill Newman. I want to welcome you to our store, Oxford Lumber and Ace Hardware, and I want to promise you that when you come in here, you're going to get service. We're going to greet you and take care of you and get you what you need. Today I've got Shaw Williams with me, who runs our steel power department. Shaw, tell us a little bit about our steel department.
We've got a full line of steel power equipment, parts, service. If you need some advice on taking that tree down, we can give you that too. We welcome our customers in to come in anytime and take care of these advantages that we have here at Oxford Lumber.
We welcome you back to TV24 Oxford, Alabama. The Southern States Bank High School football kickoff Game of the week, Etowah at Springville, knotted up 7-7 at halftime. We want to thank Buffalo Wild Wings in Oxford, Alabama for feeding our production crew tonight. Coach, it's only fitting on this hot Thursday night to kick off high school football season that we have some good Buffalo Wild Wings, hot wings. And you want to make sure to get on over to Buffalo Wild Wings in Oxford and try their Bullet Bourbon Barbecue and hot barbecue flavors. Check them out in the Oxford Exchange. Big thanks again, once again, to Buffalo Wild Wings for feeding us tonight. Coach, we talked about the fresh start in the second half. We talked about the first 5 minutes. But somebody, whether it's the Springville Tigers or the Etowah Blue Devils, late in this game, when it's hot, when it's well on past the time that these kids are normally practicing or playing, somebody's going to have to make a play to win this game. As we can see that these teams, I don't see this game really getting out of hand on either side. I expect it to be close. I expect it to be hard-nosed to the end. And, Coach, what are you looking for right here in the second half? Who's got to be the one that steps up to make a play for their team?
I think that you're going to find out, and we talked about this going into it. It takes some time when you've got 8 new starters from both sides of the ball. Who's going to be that guy? And I really don't know who's. I know that Jamison Sissom has proven that he's a really good athlete, but one of his receivers has got to go make a play for him, whether that's Jalen Walker or whether it's Bennett Reeves or one of those guys that we've seen already. Somebody's got to go make a play for him. And I also think they've got to get their run game going.
Coach, we know the quarterbacks can play. We know what Jake Connor brings to the table. We've seen Jamison Sissom scrambling his ability tonight. Like you said, somebody is going to have to make a play for their team other than the quarterbacks to really take their team up to the next level and secure this victory tonight. And it's going to be interesting to see over the next 24 minutes who makes that play for their team, who's going to rise to the occasion, and who's going to start 1-0 and who's going to start 0-1.
Well, I'll tell you this, I'm just excited because a lot of people, when we put this as our first game of the year, as our first Thursday night kickoff game, Springville and Etowah, everybody's like, well, that's not going to be a ball game. Well, right here, we're about to come out of half, and it's a 7-7 ball game.
Absolutely.
And so I think Etowah's got some answers to answer in the second half, and can Springville keep it going? Is Springville going to be able to keep the same intensity that they finished the first half with? Is Etowah going to come back and stop shooting themselves in the foot and start finishing out drives? Or are we in for a barn burner finish that's going to end in a close manner? I hope that it's that we're going to have a barn burner finish that's going to end up being a good game throughout, but time will only tell on that.
Absolutely. It's one thing to put a half together if you're Springville and hold tough with the Etowah Blue Devils. It's another thing to do it for the whole game. And when I talked to Coach John Clements earlier in the week, you can tell in a coach's voice and how the confidence in his voice, whether he really believes his team has a chance to win or if they're just going to be out there and kind of hope for the best. I could tell in Coach John Clements' voice when I talked to him this week, he believed in his team and he was confident that his team was going to go toe-to-toe with the Etowah Blue Devils. And I'll be honest, Coach, when the game first started and they were 3 and out and then a bad punt snap, I was like, oh my goodness, is Etowah going to run away with it? But they settled down, they found their second win, and they capitalized on their opportunities. When the Etowah Blue Devils, on the other hand, when they had opportunities to really open this game up, they didn't do it. So it's gonna be a question of, is the trend of the game going to continue, or is Etowah going to flip this script and capitalize on some of these opportunities?
But Coach, I think you said it best. When I've been at certain places and we're trying to turn around a program, I felt like there was games where we would play really good for a half, but we couldn't put it all together. We couldn't play a full game. I think when you're really trying to turn around a football program and you're trying to go from a 1-9 football team to a team that's trying to compete and go 500 or make the playoffs or just compete the entire ball game, I think that's a big deal. Can you put a whole game together?
And you talked about it, Coach. Last year, if you look at the Springville scores, no disrespect to that football team, but they weren't in a lot of close games. And it's going to be interesting to see how these young men who have probably not been as used to this,
can they handle it?
Can they handle it? Are they going to rise to the occasion, or is the bright lights going to be too big, and are they going to kind of sputter out? You know Etowah is going to be used to it. They're used to success. They're used to winning. So we'll see on the other side of this break. Southern States Bank high school football kickoff. We'll see you after this break.
Oxford Dental Care, they believe in the importance of a healthy, beautiful smile. The staff takes great pride in the treatments they provide and the healthy smiles that they create. Their patients can take advantage of comprehensive dental care that's customized for their individual needs and desires. They provide general, cosmetic, and pediatric dentistry, emergency dental care, teeth whitening, implants, and veneers. Contact their Oxford office at 256-831-3432 or visit the website at oxforddentalcare.net if you have any questions or would like to schedule an appointment. Friendly staff, excellent service, beautiful smiles. A team you can rely on, Oxford Dental Care.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
We're back with the Southern States Bank High School football kickoff, just about set to start the third quarter from Springville, Alabama. And Coach, we were talking during that break, that Ron's Good Barbecue commercial, every time it runs, it just makes me want to just leave you here and go on up the road to Alexandria.
Ron's, it's nice to have that place back. I can't wait to go back up there and eat there again. But Ron's Barbecue is actually going to sponsor a new segment that we have on our coaches show on Friday nights. It is called Friday Night Bites, as I will go out to the different concession stands in the area and try to test some of them and pay that back to them and thank them for what they do to make our Friday nights atmosphere even better.
So you telling me, Coach, they're going to pay you to eat?
Well, they're going to pay me here, but I'm going to go pay them. I want to make sure I tip real well, too.
I got you, Coach.
Those people that do that, it's usually band boosters or your football boosters that do those concession stands. They always do a great job. And that, I don't care what anybody says, concession stand food is what makes high school football atmosphere
Absolutely,
even better.
Coach. And people think that kind of stuff just happens. It takes a lot of volunteers, a lot of special people that run those things and make high school football in the state of Alabama what it is. As you see, number 23 for Springville, that's Patrick Williams. He'll get ready to boot it away to start the third quarter. 7-7 from Springville, and we're underway in the second half. The kick sails high and deep, fielded around the 12-yard line, be taken up the middle by number 5 of the Blue Devils. That's Keelan Smith. As you see, he's got a little bit of room on that far side, cut down around the 31-yard line, and the Blue Devil offense and Jamison Sisson will once again get ready to start this drive. And Coach, we talked about it, the first 5 minutes of the half, the second half is always crucial. We'll see what Etowah comes out of the gate with right here to try to get back on the momentum back on their side to start the second half. Both teams should be fresh coming out of the locker room, as I think you saw fatigue play a little bit of a role in that late in that second half. But we'll see what the second half entails. As Coach, we talked about the heat. As you see a cramp right here by number 55 for the Springville Tigers. That's Landon McKendry. And Coach, sometimes, you know, and you think, how do you cramp coming out of the half? Well, you're sitting around, you've cooled off, you go back out there, those muscles get tight, and this is not unexpected to see to start the second half.
Yeah, like you go, like you get acclimated to the heat, you go inside where you probably got air conditioning, you come back out, you sit around. You know, one thing that, and I appreciate these teams doing this, but one thing I hated when I was coaching was when you go into an away place also, and they have all the Cokes and the Dr. Peppers and all that.
It's a bait, Coach. You got to take the bait. You got to stay away from those Cokes and that stuff that's not good for you. And so we'll see what Etowah does here out of the injury timeout. They'll take and they'll hand to number 16, I do believe. That's Trey Woods on the far side.
Yep, you're right. Number 16, Trey Woods.
Not much doing on that left side, Coach, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10 for the Devils. Not seen him take many snaps at running back tonight. That makes me think that Lamont Richardson may have got shaken up there, and I stand corrected as he'll check back in right here to start the second half.
I was just about to ask the same thing. Did I miss something at the end of the first half? And Lamont Richardson got hurt, but we saw the sophomore come back in for this 2nd down and 9 play.
Good to see that he's healthy and ready to go. As you'll see the 2nd down and 9 play, they'll motion the trips on the near side. System awaits the snap. There it is. He'll roll right once again, looking downfield. got the man behind the defense. It's hauled in. That's number 11. That's Walker, and he's got a little running room. As he's not being able to be brought down, he'll finally be brought down around the 27-yard line. There we talked about it, Coach. The deep shots, they didn't hit them in the first half. Looks like the quarterback system took a little off of that one, and he found Walker down the field.
Once again, though, they let Sism get out of the pocket, and nobody was able to pull him up. He's proven when he's able to get on the run, he is dangerous.
You'll see this freeze play this time by the Etowah Blue Devils. There was no play called. It was a freeze all the way, and you saw Springville jump into the neutral zone, and that'll be a free 5 yards for Etowah, and that's not what you want to see if you're Coach John Clemens. A little sloppiness coming out of the half. 3 plays, you've had a man cramp up, you gave up a long pass, and now you jumped off sides. But we saw this in the first half. Springville bend but not break, and we'll see what this drive entails as Etowah's got 1st and 5 now. Playbook wide open, Coach.
Wide open, 1st and 5. This is exactly what you wanted from the Etowah Blue Devils coming out of half.
You'll see
great job right there. Is that number 35? Number 35 is Caden Hanrahan. Okay, so when you're playing the zone read, you're either going to set, you're going to chase, or you're going to attack the mesh point. And when you attack the mesh point, it messes up the read. So 35 attacks the mesh point. It looks like he's taking dive. He comes off, makes a really good play. What a great replay guy by our cameraman right there, but a great play by Hanrahan right there to put him back at 2nd and long.
I don't want this to go unnoticed, Coach. Caden Jeffrey had the bat right there, and you saw him come sit on the end of the line of scrimmage, and he helped Hanrahan make that tackle because he did his job and muddied up that read. As you'll see, Richardson take this ball, cuts back across the grain here, as he's got around 5 yards, and he'll pick up some of that lost yardage back, and it'll bring up a 3rd down, I do believe, from around the 20-yard line of Springville.
Good to see number 55, Landon McKendry, coming back on the field after having to go off for a few plays with like a cramp.
See this replay right here, just trying to follow that blocker. Good cutback right here as Springville kind of slightly overran it, but good closure right there from those defensive backs.
Like it's going to be 3rd and short.
3rd and short. Sism will roll. Now he'll pull up, he'll run back across the grain, and he's going to be very close to a 1st down as the ball came out, but they'll spot it, I believe, a little short of the 1st down. He's a little short of the 1st down, and he was on the ground before the ball came out, and it's 4th down again for the Etowah Blue Devils, but I do believe, I expect him to go for it right here, as it will be 4th and short.
You know, like right there, like that's like the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen that. I would like for him to just keep going right there, know what down it is, and go ahead and go get that 1st down.
Right,
as he keeps running right there, he gets the 1st down.
You see, he had number 11 that time, but Springville outran. If he just puts his head down and goes, he gets that 1st down easy.
Great job, though, by number 11. Setting that edge. Sometimes you got to get flat.
You see a heavy package now from Etowah. They'll bring a defensive lineman in, and you'll see Sism keep it himself. He's got room around the right side, and it's going to be a pylon play as it runs out of the camera view, and I believe it's a touchdown. It is a touchdown. Jamison Sism around the right end. He calls his own number, and the Blue Devils go back up top, Coach, 13-7 with the extra point pending. Coach, we saw in the first half Sism on the ground. It's a Team 1 Chevrolet touchdown. And Sism this time on this drive, Coach, he was the guy that came up with the big plays.
So number 11, Elijah Watson got kind of caught inside, kind of probably got held a little bit there. Don't want to say that it got missed, but anytime you've seen the shoulder pad coming out of the jersey, it's probably a hold. Got away with. It's not going to be called every time. It could get called every time, but it don't get called every time.
Well, this game has not had a whole lot of holdings and stuff like that.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, Coach,
I like it.
Be honest with you, Coach, I kind of like it.
I like it.
The extra point was good, and Etowah up 14-7. They answered coming out of the half. We'll be back in the TV24 studio with the Southern State Bank High School football kickoff.
At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. We're your neighbors and involved in the community. We're the bank featuring the Southern Rewards checking account, a cashback account with no ATM fees. We're on the cutting edge and always have a smiling face to help you out. Stop being just another number at the big bank and start being a neighbor at Southern States Bank. Let us be the bank for you and your business.
I am a dreamer who will make a difference in this world.
I'm flying to a future of great promise and change.
I am a mentor committed to helping my students transform their lives.
I'm a hard worker striving to build a better Alabama.
I am a go-getter with ambition and drive.
I am a Gadsden State Cardinal.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me fly.
If you're the family with kids playing sports and the parents that are running 2 ways at once, then a Team One Chevy is perfect for your team. Baseball, softball, and soccer families can travel in all-American style with a new Chevy from Team One. Bank on the best deal, a great selection, and the perfect vehicle for your all-American team.
Interest rates as low as 1.9% and no payments for 90 days when you finance with GM Financial.
Home of the best people, the best service, period.
Etowah strikes first out of the half as you see quarterback Jamison Sissom take it around the right end, dive for the pylon, and he puts the Devils back on top 14-7. Coach, we talked about the first 5 minutes, and we saw Etowah do exactly what we said they needed to do, capitalize on a drive when so many times in the first half it was sputtering out when they got down there close.
Yeah, you would like to see, okay, how is Springville going to respond right here? But an awesome job by the Etowah Blue Devils coming out of half.
This kick's fielded around the 20. They'll hit the wedge, and he'll bust it out the right side. He's got running room. He's across the 50 to the 45. I don't know if they'll catch him, Coach. He's only got one man to beat. Coach, we talked about how they'll answer it. That's how they'll answer it. Strike up the band, 13 to 14. Springville with the extra point pending. Coach, that's how you answer that opening drive.
For an answer right there. Did not take long for an answer. I don't see a penalty flag. And I think we've got a tie score right there. Great job right there on the return. That is number 8. That's Noel Cox.
And Coach, they said he was an athlete. I talked about him in the pregame show being a weapon in the return game, and he was riding like a Corvette, Coach, as that's a Team Chevrolet of Gaston touchdown and the extra point pending. And we'll see if the Springville Tigers can tie this game up. Coach, now that we've seen the replay, Coach, I don't know if this touchdown's going to hold up. We got all excited. We had the Team Chevrolet touchdown, but I think they'll put it in reverse right here as we got a hold on Springville, wipe it off the board, Coach. A disaster for Springville after it's been back and forth, a game of emotion, Coach, and you go from the highest of high to the lowest of low.
How does nobody see that, though, until right now? Well, we've done seen the replay. They done celebrated. They done did backflips in the end zone, and now we got a whole 25 minutes later.
Well, and, Coach, I'm just going to say this. You see where these players are walking. This holds all the way back. Coach, he caught the ball around right there.
I don't know how you even have a hold right there.
Well, they're putting it on the 25, so that means the hold happened around the 35, Coach. I wish we had a better replay of that. I'd love to see. That's one of those, I'm not going to say the official missed it, but you hope that there was enough of a hold there that really needed one, because that wipes off a huge play to start the second half of the Springville offense, as Jake Connor will bring his men out and start from around their own 25. He'll reverse field. He's got room on the right side. Connor breaks the daylight, and he'll be brought down around the 47-yard line. And, Coach, not as good as a touchdown, but a great positive start there. But this is not what you want to see. Jake Connor on the ground, and you hope it looks to be just a cramp, and that's what you want to see, Coach. Not that you want to see the young man hurt, but you're glad it's not something serious.
Yeah, it looks like a cramp.
Great play this time as you see him kind of reverse out across the grain. That's a pivotal part of that triple option offense. Get them going one day, go back to other. And this is just going to be your common cramp right here, old Charlie horse, as they say, and he'll be fine once he goes over there and works that out, hopefully.
Both teams have really came out and played well on offense so far. Obviously the first play for them, but it looks like it's just a cramp. But that's a young man that they're definitely going to want to get back in the ball game quickly.
And Coach, with a triple option attack, the quarterback is such a pivotal part. It can really not necessarily mess up, but affect that timing when you got a guy that comes in that's the second team guy that maybe doesn't get as many reps as that first team starter. And it'll be interesting to see how smooth this Springville Tiger offense operates without Jake Connor out there at the helm.
Yeah, like when we used to coach, we always made sure we had pickle juice or mustard in a large quantity on our sidelines just for that. So they're going to try to get him back as quickly as possible.
As you see, that'll be Noel Cox will take the direct snap. He'll run it to the near side, and he breaks the tackle and gains about a gain of 2 or 3, and gets out to around midfield. As you see, Coach, we questioned who that backup quarterback would be. We talked about the athlete that Noel Cox was. Coach John Clements said we would see him in a lot of places, and you see he's kind of in this role as the backup quarterback. This is just a straight quarterback sweep the whole way, and you know, not a bad play design. We've seen Jake Connor have success on this in the first half. You've seen it with Cox now.
Yeah, not a whole lot of yards right there, but one thing that play does, it makes those interior defensive linemen chase from sideline to sideline. You get 3 yards, but we saw earlier in the ballgame when Mostella and those big boys up front get tired, it makes it a lot easier for you to do your run game against them.
Absolutely. Cox will take the snap once again. He'll hit it off the right side, breaks a tackle, and he'll be stuffed right around just across midfield, and they'll spot him at the 49-yard line. Gain of 2, and it'll bring up 3rd and around 4 or 5 for the Springville Tigers coach. And it'll be interesting to see if Jake Connor gets that cramp stretched out and is able to come back in on this 3rd down play.
This looked like this right here was going to be a lot bigger gain, but Etowah really closing speed was
good
really
close
good.
Right there by number 13. That's Connor Dingler. He came up and kind of set the edge there that time and kind of shut that down. As it does look like Cox will stay in the game at quarterback here. 6.5 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Etowah on top, 14-7 from Springville. But Springville is driving. They're across the midfield in Blue Devil territory. Critical 3rd down, and we'll call it 5. Cox the snap, and this is not what you want, Coach. This is going to be false start right here against Springville, and that puts you in a position where you don't want to be in. It'll back it up to around 3rd and 10, and just kind of, like we said, Coach, with a backup quarterback, no 2 cadences are alike. You get used to that guy's signal and how he says it. Now all of a sudden you put in a backup quarterback, and this is not unexpected when something like that happens.
No, it definitely, whenever you take your guy that's been calling the signals all night out of there, you get a different cadence, different type of way of doing things that you're used to the starter. You try to get those reps with the backup, but the backup don't get near as many reps with the starters as the starter does, and so there's going to be some differences there. But now we got a 3rd and 10, it looks like.
3rd and 10. It'll be interesting to see the play call right here with the backup. See them shift across the formation. Cox will come on this direct sweep. Gets a good block, and he'll be cut down around the 47-yard line.
Tackle again.
Dingler is flying all over the field for the Blue Devils, tracking down Cox, and that'll bring up a 4th and intermediate around 4th and 7 or so. And right here, I think I did see the starting offense sub out, and I think Springville try to pin Etowah deep right here. This is a situation where if you had Jake Connor in the game, you might consider going for it, but with the backup, I expected him to punt, and we've got a heat timeout right here as we are under 6 minutes. Southern, and I think we're going to keep it right here during the heat timeout. Southern State Bank High School football kickoff. 2nd half action, 5:40 to go, 2nd half. Etowah on top of Springville, 14-7. If you're just joining us, Coach, Etowah kind of sputtered on offense in the first half. They were able to put a drive together, and then immediately following that, we saw Springville take the ensuing kickoff for 6, but a holding penalty brought it back, and now they're facing a 4th and around 7 or so from there, just across midfield in Blue Devil territory. What are you expecting right here on this 4th down?
I think that you punt it. If it was 4th and short, I think you go, but you have a chance to flip field position.
Absolutely.
And they've proven that if they can pin them deep, get a stop defensively, you can get a 3 and out. You got a chance of getting these defensive linemen for the Etowah Blue Devils tired again and get that run game going again, maybe get your quarterback back.
As good as this Springville Tiger defense is, it would almost be foolish to put them in a situation where there's a potential of a short field again when they really haven't had an opportunity to pin the Blue Devils deep. And I agree with you. I would punt this football, but we'll see what Coach John Clemens has in store here. I think another key part of the decision is you saw Jake Connor, the starting quarterback, go down a while ago that would look to have been just a cramp, but we have not seen him go back into the game yet. And so I think that definitely plays into the decision. And I think, as you see, Cox, it looks like he is going to drop back and punt it right here. So I agree with this decision right here by John Clements. I think you pin them deep right here when you get the chance.
You can see Connor right there on the sideline. Looks like he's moving around well. So punt it, take a chance, pin them deep.
As you'll see them kind of shift to a different kind of formation here, kind of a tight punt, old school punt, and we'll see what they draw up. Cox to punt it away, gets the punt off. It'll hit around the 15. It's fielded, and it's going to be. It was a fair catch. And if you're wondering what happened and why he didn't have to call a fair catch in there, he signaled fair catch. So when that ball bounces and he fielded it, that's what we call an invalid fair catch. So to get rewarded a fair catch, you have to catch it in the air. But so when that ball hit the ground, he'd waved fair catch. He doesn't have an opportunity to advance that football when that happens. So that's why you saw that blown dead. It's kind of a weird play, but no harm, no foul there, as Etowah will start this drive from around the 13-yard line. Backed up near their own goal line, probably their worst starting field position if I remember the ball game, Coach.
It is their worst starting field position to date. I think that this can be, if Springville can figure out a way to get a stop right here, they can get their stuff right back. That was definitely the right decision by Coach Clements and the Springville Tigers.
I would agree. As we see Richardson off the left side here, he's cut down in the backfield for little to no gain. That Springville Tiger defensive line is stretching these run plays out. Or is that number 16 again, Coach? I apologize. That's Trey Woods for Etowah. He was cut down on the run there, as we didn't see much of him in the first half, and there's a lot of resemblance between him and Richardson just to the naked eye, and we apologize for that mix-up there.
Number 11, Elijah Watson with the tackle right there. Great job.
Nevertheless, it'll bring up 2nd and long for the Blue Devils. Springville looking to get off the field here after finally flipping the field on the Blue Devils. Sissom awaits a snap. You'll see some late movement by Springville. They'll give it off that right to that left side once again, and again, nothing doing that time for the running back on that left side. That's Richardson that time, and just like his counterpart Trey Woods, nothing going off that left side, Coach, and that'll bring up 3rd and long for the Blue Devils.
There's a couple of Tigers on the tackle. Cole Tittle, number 22, the inside linebacker, being one of those guys right there, and it sets up a 3rd and 9, exactly where you want to be. We see this wholesale change by the Springville Tigers.
Yeah,
this is always dangerous early in the year when you got a bunch of people coming off and on.
Absolutely.
But you obviously a well-coached team, you can bring in kind of their nickel package.
Yeah, you're taking linemen off the field, subbing them in for defensive backs in 3rd and long, and it won't matter who's on the field, Coach, as they dump it out in the flats once again on that far sideline. I believe that's number 8. That's Bennett Reeves over there, and they will have the first down. It's once again, Coach, we talked about the intermediate passes. They sit him down at the sticks, and they're able to capitalize.
I didn't understand that right there. Usually you bring in your nickel, and they were in like a cover 3 with nobody underneath in the flats.
A little soft coverage
right there.
They
brought like 2 guys.
Just a little bit too conservative in the coverage right there were the Springville Tigers, and it allowed Etowah to pick up a first down. Trips to the near side now. Sissom's going to bounce the back to the right. They'll give back to the short side. That's Richardson for little to no gain. They'll give him a yard on the play, Coach. As we creep under 3.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, and we'll see which team can kind of find that second win in the second half here and make a run at winning this thing. As right now, Etowah in control 14-7, driving right here. They just picked up a first down. They're looking to kind of slow down this tempo, looks right here, and chew some of this clock.
You know, we've seen that Springville's been really good stopping the run. Their tackling's been really impressive all night long. If you want to tackle your home improvement projects, choose the pros at Oxford Lumber.
Sissom will pull it this time, and he'll find a little crease on that left side, and he'll gain about 3, and he'll bring up a 3rd and 5. Coach, they went to that run, that little zone replay a few times in a row there, and finally Sissom decides to keep it.
Yeah, it
looks like we got
3rd and 4.
I think we've got an injured Blue Devil down on the field. I can't tell who it is, but there is an injured Blue Devil. As you'll see, the teams come to their sideline for the injury timeout. We hope that young man's okay. I think he's to his feet now, as he's blocked by the official.
Looks like Sissom.
It is Sissom, Coach, and that's a stoppage of play, so Sissom will have to come out, and we would expect Bennett Reeves to go back to quarterback like he did previously. As Sissom is back down to a knee here on his backside. And so we're going to kick it to break on Southern State Bank High School Football Game of the Week. We'll be back after this.
Hello, my name is John Perrani, co-founder of Man Up Gadsden. It's that time of year again for Casting for Cancer. As you know, it's become one of the largest charity bass tournaments in the state of Alabama. But this year is going to be unique. We're offering free prostate cancer screening with a simple blood test for all men over age 40. So if you can't be there on Saturday, September 2nd at Coosa Landing as an angler, we'd love to have you as a spectator.
We'd love to have you next Saturday. Checking them out.
Hi, I'm Cameron Minton with Minton Home Center. Minton Home Center has been in business for over 40 years. We are a true turnkey dealership. We can help you meet your needs from financing with zero down, selecting the right home for your family, and help with your land purchase. We have a full development crew that will complete all of your land preparation. We will make your home purchase experience fun and easy.
We'll welcome you back to this third down play. You'll see the backup Bennett Reeves. They sit down the wide receiver in and out of the hands as coach. They went back to that little sit down route. They had it wide open as the Waffle House, and it's just in and out of the hands that time of number 9, James Sweet, the senior, coach. And that's the play you need to see a senior haul in and make that catch.
Yeah. You want to see a guy, they went to that all night long, kind of set the guy down fine, but it looks like that the Springville defense was able to do their job. They gave up the 1 first down, but it looks like we're going to get a punt here and get the ball back. But at least Etowah was able to get out to the 30-yard line, which is a lot better than being inside their 10 where they was at.
Noel Cox will drop back, awaiting the punt. A little bit of a bad snap this time. As it's blocked. It's blocked, and Springville's on it, and it doesn't matter if they fall on it or not. It'll be their ball inside the 12-yard line, as I didn't see who got the block, but it will be Springville with it. That's big number 53, I believe, that recovered the fumble. That's Spencer Stewart, the senior. And Springville is fired up. That's the break they needed, Coach. We've seen special teams play such a part in this game. We've had a bad snap, a kickoff return call back, and now you see a block punt as that snap was a little wobbly. And one thing I noticed is the punter was very tight to the line of scrimmage there. Might have been trying to quick kick it, but it didn't pay off for Springville there.
Number 3.
That's Brady Seaman.
Seaman that's hurt on the play, but it looks like it's just a cramp too. Coach, we could see a lot of cramping as the second half goes along.
That's not unexpected, especially in these humid temperatures that these players are facing tonight in Springville. But what a momentum shift, Coach, is special teams. We talk about it. You know, if you wanna really give yourself an advantage or find yourself in a mess during the game, special teams a lot of time will play a role, especially early in the season. You don't go live on special teams a lot during fall camp, and you saw just kind of a bad snap to the right there, and the punter a little slow to get that off. And the best news for Springville right here, Coach, is Jake Connors going back into the game right here, and you know he's going to be hungry to punch this in. First and 10 from the 15-yard line.
It is 78 degrees still right now in Springville, Alabama.
I said the 15, Coach. It was more like the 13. As you'll see, Malin Alverson that time push forward and gain around 6 or 7 yards. Alverson, we hadn't seen him much in the second half. As you see a player from Etowah kind of fall to the turf cramping. And
Coach, you see the sportsmanship right now, and I don't want to sound like a big softy, but number 1 for Etowah is Corey Duncan, but number 5 for the Springville, that's your guy. You got to say his name.
DeGiacomo.
DeGiacomo was starting to stretch him out, and so you see good sportsmanship there.
And just, folks, as this night gets longer and these players play harder, expect to see more of that. That is not something that's going to go away. As you see Malin Alverson on that replay just kind of wiggle in there and make the most of that small hole that was there, and he picks up about 6 or 7, and he sets this Springville Tiger offense up to try to punch it in here on the short field. Connor in the huddle now with his men, getting ready for this second down play. Connor on second down. Malin Alverson will bounce it off the left side, and I believe he's dragging defenders, and he'll push the pile a little bit, and I think he'll have enough for a first down that time. And if you're Springville right here, you just want to see positive play after positive play and not have any kind of setbacks on this drive, as it will be a first down. And with just 1:40 to go in the third quarter, Springville is cooking with a little gas here, Coach, as they're deep inside Etowah territory.
Coach, we got some good football after dark right now. It is 10:15 where we're at. We haven't even made it to the fourth quarter, but if you're still awake, tune in and make sure you see this finish, because we're inside the red zone. We are in the Buffalo Wild Wings red zone right now, and Springville's got a chance to tie this ball game up.
First and goal from around the 6-yard line. Jake Connor awaits the snap. He'll run that quarterback counter, and he'll walk in untouched, Coach. We saw them go to Connor on that little wraparound quarterback counter type play, Coach. And once again, they find pay dirt, and they're just a point away from tying this game back up. Jake Connor, he went out earlier due to injury. He's back, and he led them right down on that short field, Coach, and they are a point away from tying this thing up.
Yeah, you see right there on the replay, you can see the Team 1 Chevrolet of Gaston touchdown again. Jake Connor, we talked about it earlier, keep the ball in his hands. Good to see him back from having that cramp. What team can stay healthy? What team can keep from cramping the most? And I think that's going to be
Coach, we've got it looks like an official shaking up right here. Coach, I mean, I don't mean this lightly. It's hot on everybody out there tonight, and that's Sean Crawford and Coach, I don't mean this lightly. Sean Crawford is a guy who's been to the Super 7. He's been as far as you can go in the state of Alabama as an official, and to see him shaking up right there, they're feeding him water right there, as you can see. That tells you how hot and humid it is on the field tonight. And it's nothing to take lightly.
Well, here's the thing about it, Coach. Like, it's hot, but you can see from the camera shot how humid it is.
Exactly.
How just thick the air is. And so even though it says it's 78 degrees, it probably still feels like it's 85, 90 degrees outside right now. We still are in we're still in a heat advisory. And so it's dangerous times right now. These kids are used to it. They're out in it every day, but you worry about some of these officials sometimes.
Well, and we talk about it, Coach, in the Jamboree, and I, as an official myself, or former official, these guys train and they have their preseason meetings and they get on the field and they go to scrimmages in 11-on-11, but there's nothing that is quite the same as what you endure doing a high school football game, as you're going to see him get on the cart and be carted off the field, and that's going to throw a wrinkle in the crew. There's a few things right here that can happen, Coach. What they can do is, a lot of times what they'll do is, if you don't know, there's some guys in the booth, as you see in the guy come down now out of the booth, that will come down off the clock and will take his place. And that's you don't see this a lot in high school football, but those guys, they do have things come up from time to time. And this is the thing where it's going to throw a dynamic into where a new guy's on the field, there's a flow of the game, now he's being replaced, obviously, and that's something to keep an eye on here as this game develops.
The official that's being taken off, what's his name again?
His name's Sean Crawford, Coach.
We'll make sure we pray for him, pray that it's just a dehydration problem, nothing more than that.
Yeah, and like I said, that's, this is, as far as high school football officials go, Sean Crawford's one of the best in the business, a state championship official, and we hope everything is all right with him, as you never want to see that happen. And I know him, as knowing him personally, if he went off the field and he left this game, he was feeling pretty bad down there, Coach. I know he wouldn't have done that if it wasn't absolutely necessary for him. As you'll see, this extra point try here is pending from Springville. I would expect to see them kick the PAT right here and tie it up. But after this long timeout, you never know. As you will see, the kicker, that's Patrick Williams, I do believe. Yes, Patrick Williams of Springville. He'll get ready to kick this extra point. And Coach, this is not to be taken lightly. This is the tie of the ball game right here with a minute 11 to go in the third quarter. This is a big deal. As you'll see the snap, and it isn't fake. And Coach, I talked about it, and they'll push it into the end zone, and we got a new leader in Springville. Coach, we talked about it. That long timeout that they had, it allowed them to kind of get their bearings, and you've seen Jake Connor take the direct snap and follow his blockers into the end zone, and the two-point play is successful. Coach John Clements gets into his bag of tricks, and Coach, I think that was a great time for that call right there.
No doubt about it. And I think it was a great job right there. If you don't want to get tricked, go to Southern States Banks where they'll treat you right.
I hear you, Coach. And like I said, that's a great time to sneak that in there. We'll go to break. On the other side of this timeout, we'll see. Excuse me, Coach, we're not going to go to break. I apologize for that. That's my bad for the people at home. We're going to stay right here. 1:11 to go in the third quarter. Springville now up. We haven't said that all night. Springville up 15-14. The trick play on the 2-point play by Coach John Clements, the direct snap to his quarterback. And we will throw it to break now, Coach. When we come back, we'll finish out this third quarter and get ready for the money quarter, the fourth one. When we come back on TV24, Southern States Bank High School Football Kickoff.
At Oxford Dental Care, they believe in the importance of a healthy, beautiful smile. The staff takes great pride in the treatments they provide and the healthy smiles that they create. Their patients can take advantage of comprehensive dental care that's customized for their individual needs and desires. They provide general, cosmetic, and pediatric dentistry, emergency dental care, teeth whitening, implants, and veneers. Contact their Oxford office at 256-831-3432 or visit the website at oxforddentalcare.net if you have any questions or would like to schedule an appointment. Friendly staff, excellent service, beautiful smiles. A team you can rely on, Oxford Dental Care.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
We're back, and this was the play that's changed the game. You can't really see it in the camera shot right now, but it was a direct snap to the up back coach who was moved in from his normal wing position. It was the quarterback, Jake Connor. They snapped it to him, and he just pushed through that offensive line into the end zone. 15-14, Springville Tigers live. High school football kickoff brought to you by Southern States Bank. Live from the TB24 studio, Oxford, Alabama. If you're just joining us, it has been a game of opportunities set up by a short field on special teams. Etowah scored off of a bad snap on a Springville punt in the first half, and Springville blocks a punt deep in Etowah territory to take the lead after a successful 2-point conversion. There's 1:11 to go, third quarter, and Coach, it's time for the Etowah Blue Devils. Coach Matt Glover, they've been in the fire many times before. I'm going to be interested to see how they respond right here after having the lead snatched from them for the first time tonight.
And we already seen them respond after halftime. We felt like they got hit. We felt like they got hit a little bit at the end of the first half. They came out, answered with a touchdown drive to start the second half, and then we've seen the Springville Tigers get some momentum going on both offensive sets. They were able to drive the ball, get a couple first downs on the first offensive possession of the game of the second half, punt it, pin them deep, get a stop, get the ball back, and was able to drive it in. Great job. And on that 2-point conversion, it was that guy, Jake Connor again, who had the touchdown from his quarterback position, was also the guy that ran in the 2-point conversion.
Absolutely, Coach. And it's been a roller coaster of a ride with momentum shifting sides. Etowah will have a successful drive like they did after half. Springville comes back, gets the big play on special teams, and it's been back and forth. And, Coach, we still got a little over 13 minutes left of football here as we're around a minute left in the third quarter, and Springville's getting ready to kick it back off to Etowah now after the long timeout. I think they went ahead and took the heat timeout right there. Excuse me, Coach, they've already taken the heat timeout. Just a long timeout right there. They may think that these players needed a little bit more time after you've seen some go down fatigue. Even had an official carted off the field for fatigue. Patrick Williams to kick it deep. Kick near the Springville sideline. I believe that ball went out of bounds. That'll be illegal. That'll be a free kick out of bounds right there. And I believe that'll set up Etowah on their own 35-yard line if I saw it correctly. Yeah, they will bring it out to the 35 as that kick went out of bounds from Patrick Williams. And we'll see Jamison Sissom and this Etowah Blue Devil offense march back out there and try to answer. The first time all night we'll see Etowah have an offensive series when they're trailing. It's one thing to play when you're ahead. It's another thing to play and execute when you're down. So you'll see Etowah come out in the trip set.
Hey, in other local action, Winterboro Bulldogs defeated Cedar Bluff 33 to 7 tonight.
Sissom awaits the snap, and there's a little bit of movement up front. Looked like the back may have got a head start there, and that'll back up Etowah 5 yards. Coach Garrett Crane in his first game at Cedar Bluff, not off to the start they were looking for, but we look for both of those teams to have successful years and just not the start that Coach Crane wanted in his debut, but he'll get those boys back on the drawing board, and he'll have those Tigers ready to go next week.
Well, that's a tough matchup.
That's tough.
Game one. Winterboro's got a chance to be really good in 1A football this year. Excited about them. Like I said, Coach Mansfield wanted them to get back to the standard they were used to playing at. I thought he's going to be really excited with that start tonight.
Absolutely. As you'll see, Etowah on this first down and 15 trips to the far side. Sissom flanked by Richardson in the backfield. Looking left. He'll step up now. Flips it downfield, got a man wide open around the 50-yard line, and he'll be hauled down right there. That's number 11. That's Jalen Walker, the senior, and he's slow to get up, Coach. Is it another one of those cramps?
Yeah, it's probably another cramp, but you keep seeing it. If I was Etowah, I'd keep going to that flats, set them down. It looks like that Springville's running some kind of cover 3 concept, but they're not getting a guy to the flats to the field. I mean, they're not getting a guy that's widening to the flats to the field side. So I would keep doing that and keep going to that hitch route or that out route until Springville decides they're going to put a guy in the flats.
Coach, you saw something a little different than we've seen. We've seen Jamison Sissom rolling out all night long. That time, number 1 of Springville, the defensive end, Cooper Tibbs, he kind of got up the field and got past the quarterback, and you saw Sissom step up into the pocket that time and flick it downfield to Walker. And something we hadn't seen a lot is him step up into the pocket, and it was nice to see him as he read that pressure perfectly and made a good and threw a good ball out there to Walker. It'll be first down Etowah after the injury timeout. 46 seconds to go, third quarter. Springville up by 1 point, 15-14 over the Blue Devils. Etowah will come back out now out of the injury timeout. You'll see Tripp down to the bottom side of the screen. See that backup receiver, number 18, that's going to be E.J. Teal in there for Etowah. Richardson takes, not much doing on the right side, but he pulls the pile with him a little bit, as you'll see some bodies in there pushing, and they'll get as this ball comes out during the end, Springville's acting like they got it, but I think they're going to blow his forward progress for about a 3 or 4 yard gain. And Coach, you see this a lot, the pile gets stood up, and you'll see somebody rip out of there like they got it. Hardly ever does that actually stand up and hold.
Yeah.
But,
22 ended up way away from the pile, though, so I'd like to see that. There's obviously no replay. I don't believe that Springville has that replay, but I'd like to see the replay on our end to see when that ball was actually ripped away.
It'll be interesting to see when that ball come out, but that's going to take us to the end of the third quarter. Springville Tigers up 15-14 on the Etowah Blue Devils. We'll be back for the fourth quarter on the Southern State Bank TV24 High School Football Kickoff live from TV24 Studio.
Since 2002, Advantage Tire and Alignment has been the place to call when your car won't go. They specialize in new tires, used tires, and wheels. In addition, they also provide alignment services and vehicle repair like brakes, rotors, struts, shocks, and alternators. It is their goal to provide quick, convenient, and friendly service. If you want the advantage, go to Advantage Tire and Alignment, where the customer always has the advantage.
Hey, this is Jason at Reeves Insurance. Just want to say a quick thank you to all of our customers for your support over the years. We now have offices in Anniston, Alexandria, and Oxford in order to serve you better. So stop in and see me or any of our experienced staff and let us shop for you to find you the best price and the best coverage available. Thank you.
At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. We're your neighbors and involved in the community. We're the bank featuring the Southern Rewards checking account, a cashback account with no ATM fees. We're on the cutting edge and always have a smiling face to help you out. Stop being just another number at the big bank and start being a neighbor at Southern States Bank. Let us be the bank for you and your business.
We are back for the final 12 minutes of football from Springville, Alabama on the TV 24 Southern States Bank High School Football Kickoff. I'm Dawson Taylor, joined by Chandler Tyree. If you're just joining us, we're just about to set to start the fourth quarter. It's been a back and forth battle between Etowah and Springville. Springville just took the lead at the end of the third quarter with a successful two-point conversion set up after a touchdown on a short field. Etowah Blue Devils are driving. It's third down and about 5, possibly 2-down territory here for Jamison Sism and the Blue Devils. Sism looking over the middle, flush to the right. Gonna pull up, throw downfield. It's caught around the 20-yard line. First down, ball's out. The ball is out, and I think it was fallen back on by a lineman from Etowah. That's number 54 for Etowah that time. That is
Still got
Alex
for the
Taylor,
first down as well.
And it will be enough for a first down. Alex Taylor, head on a swivel there, able to jump on that football, as that was almost a disaster there for Etowah. Great play this time by Sism to roll with the pressure, throws a good strike. And you see that ball come out there at the end. Great awareness by the lineman to fall on it.
Once again, you saw Springville lose containment.
They'll sling it out to the far side.
Quick.
That's number 4, Bodie Bennett, the senior, on the catch. He'll have a few quick yards and out of bounds, and it'll set up second and around 7 for the Blue Devils. We've seen Sism kind of just pick this Springville Tiger defense apart all night, Coach. They haven't capitalized a lot of these drives, but this intermediate pass game with the Blue Devils has been their bread and butter all night.
Yeah, Sism did a really good job, and they've got some really good weapons. It's just the problem is they've drove the ball inside the 30 probably 4 or 5 times, and they only have 14 points out of it.
Absolutely. Second down and 7. Sism looking over the middle. Fire a strike to the outside, and it's broken up by number 7 that time for the Springville Tigers. That's Jake Connor, the quarterback, pulling double duty tonight, Coach. And he broke on that ball very well and was able to break that pass up. It'll bring up 3rd and long for the Blue Devils. Coach, you would expect this to be 2-down territory here, 3rd and 7. What are you looking for Etowah to kind of go to right here?
Sorry, I got caught up over here. I was trying to see some scores real quick while we were in a break, but they're going to bring pressure. Can they keep him in the pocket? They check it down, and the ball is knocked away. Good play by number 3. That's Brady Seaman, is that right?
Yeah, that's Brady. That's Brady Seaman. Cole Tittle from his linebacker position dropped back on that hook to curl right there that time, and he was able to get some hands on that receiver there and help on that broken up pass too. This will bring up a 4th down. We'll see what Etowah elects to do. Down by 1 here, and you'll see Sism on the field right here. They got to get 7 yards. Not even a minute off the clock in the fourth quarter.
Trips to the near side.
Sism looking on the far side of the single receiver side. It's incomplete. and another stop that time, Coach, for the Springville Tiger defense. And it kind of seems like it's just been a recurring theme. Etowah can drive, they can knock out first downs, they can look like, they're going to walk down the field, and then they end up stalling out. And I think it goes back to, Coach, they really haven't had a lot of success on the ground. And, when you're not able to run the football, the defense can sell out to that stop in the pass, and that's what Springville's been able to do.
Even right there, that was a great play call, had a guy open, but it's a timing route, and the quarterback and the receiver wasn't in timing. And Springville's done a good job all night, though, kind of keeping him off, being able to set his feet and make good throws from the pocket.
Jake Connor and this Springville offense back on the field. Alverson's going to take it off the left side. He'll have, we'll call it about 3 yards and bring up a 2nd and 7. Coach, I would expect Springville's offensive tempo to slow way down here and start trying to chew a lot of this clock up. As you're probably not going to be able to run out 11 minutes. That's not realistic. But if they can knock out 4 or 5 minutes off this clock on this drive and go up another score right here, you would think Coach John Clements would love that. And that would go a long way towards them sealing this victory tonight. But that's a long ways away, as we'll bring up it'll bring up 2nd and 6 here from around the 40-yard line of Springville.
But Coach, I said it earlier, for the longest time in the first half, Springville's offense was struggling.
Coach, it looked like a little bit of movement up there. It goes uncalled as Alverson's broken away, and he's all the way in the Etowah Blue Devil territory at around the 35-yard line. Coach, it looked to me like that time Etowah jumped into the neutral zone and expected that play to get blown dead, but it went free, and Alverson just keeps his head down running and picks up good yardage.
Yes, sir. I was just getting out of my mouth that in the first half, for the longest time, this offense looked like it couldn't get anything going. And now, since the last drive in the first half to all the drives in the second half, their offense has been very efficient, and it looks like the Etowah's defensive front is getting tired. We got a timeout here.
We didn't see who called the timeout, Coach. I would assume that Etowah probably called the timeout right there just to kind of slow this Springville offense down and maybe get their players a breather. But I'm not going to make that assumption, but somebody definitely called a timeout right there. We just didn't get to see which one. 10:08 to go, fourth quarter. Springville up 15-14. And if you're Springville, here's where the summer workouts come in, and the weight training and the hydration you do during the week. Are you going to turn this football program around and beat a perennial powerhouse like Etowah, or are you going to let these bright lights get too bright and sputter away this opportunity late in the ball game?
But the thing about it is we've already talked about, are you going to put a whole game together or just a half together? They could have easily folded whenever Etowah came back out from halftime and drove it down the field and made it 14-7, but they answered back, actually had a kick return that got called back. Got a couple of first downs, had to punt, was able to pin Etowah deep, get the ball back and score, and then they had the 2-point conversion where they did the fake PAT. And so they've answered every call. Etowah is a great football program. They've got 66 guys on their roster in a 4A football program. So numbers, even though they lost a lot of seniors last year, numbers are not an issue. They have a great athlete at quarterback. They've got receivers that's made plays. That defensive front for Etowah, when they're fresh, is really good. So I think this is a timeout to try to get 98, 25, 26. I mean, all these guys up front for the Etowah Blue Devils. A quick breather, Braylon Mostella, and 26. We don't have him on the roster. A quick breath so they can kind of cause the havoc they were causing early in the game.
Jake Connor brings them back out, first down from the 35-yard line of Etowah. Snap, Alverson right side, dragging defenders down inside the 30-yard line. It'll be a gain of around 5, bring up 2nd and 5.
But if you're the Etowah Blue Devils right now, this attack right here is demoralizing. 4 or 5 yards, 4 or 5 yards, 4 or 5 yards, first down. 4 or 5 yards. I mean, that is demoralizing. If you're the Springville Tigers right now, you're going, hey, stay with it, keep working, keep working.
Absolutely.
We'll take 2nd and 5 all game long.
And expect them to run this play clock all the way down as much as they can here. As time is not on the side of the Etowah Blue Devils. And a score right here from Springville would really go a long ways into setting themselves up to win this ball game. Connor will take the snap, 2nd and 5. He'll give to Alverson once again. He's bowling forward, and he's all the way down to around the 26-yard line. I think he'll be about a yard short of the first down. That'll bring up 3rd and short, and it's absolutely 2-down territory right here. For
no
the
doubt
Springville
about it. You got
Tigers.
2 downs to get it driving in your opponent's territory. Jaleel Penn on the tackle there, number 33. You see him right there for the Blue Devils.
Ball off the block, had him up around the head. That's just a great individual effort by that young man. And this is where this Etowah defensive line's got to bow up. You know they're coming right at you. Can you stop it here if you're Etowah?
Yeah, you definitely got 3rd and short. Got quarterback sneak, and he's definitely going to pick up the first down and a little bit more.
Yeah, Coach, I was kind of expecting him to go back to that. We've seen that every time they kind of got in those 3rd and very short situations. That's a very underrated play in football, in my opinion. A lot of people try to get cued on 3rd and short. That quarterback sneak's got a pretty high success rate, and it's hard to get away from that, especially with a guy like Jake Connor that's not afraid to stick that nose in there.
Great job by the offensive line, but you see 54 and 52.
54, that's Wyatt Emanuel. He had kind of the crushing block right there that really sprained.
And Joseph Glenn is the other guy right there. You see those 2 guys come off and really create a lane for the quarterback.
Emanuel's just a sophomore, Coach. That's a pretty good-looking sophomore.
No doubt about it.
1st and 10, Springville inside the 25. They'll give to Alverson once again, and he'll pick up positive yards, about 3 or so, and he'll get down to the 20-yard line. And, Coach, we talked about the workhorse that Alverson is, and you've seen Coach John Clements late in this ball game when it's time to really put it away. They went back to Alverson, the workhorse, and he has had as much success here in the 4th quarter as he's had all night. When it gets down to this point of the game, Coach, the technique might get a little squirrely. It might not look exactly how you draw it up. It's just about positive plays and pounding on the other team. Can you enforce your will on that other team late in the game?
Yep, and that play right there got us into the Buffalo Wild Wings red zone. I think that Springville's been 100% every time they've got into the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Alverson runs over a defender right there all the way down to around the 15-yard line, maybe inside the 15-yard line, and that's going to bring up another 3rd and around 3 or 4 yards as he picked up around 4 that time on 2nd and 8.
See, Coach, that's the kind of plays that's not really going to show up in the stat book as a huge play, but those are plays where you just fall forward. Just those ugly yards, just falling forward, and he puts you in another good 3rd down situation.
And we talked about early in the game the amount of negative plays that Springville had. Couldn't really get anything going on 1st and 2nd down. I can't remember the last time that I've seen them have a negative play right here. That offensive line definitely getting a push, and that makes this triple option attack hard to stop.
And that clock has slowly but surely got up underneath 7 minutes, so it is definitely working against the Etowah Blue Devils. And we got a timeout by the Springville Tigers.
Something John Clements didn't like right there about what they had right there, and he spends a timeout there to kind of talk about it and make sure that they like what they got. As a drive like this, Springville, you've done everything you wanted to do. A critical 3rd down and short right here. You don't want anything to kind of go out of whack right here. You want to make sure everybody's on the same page and that you get what you like. So not a bad use of a timeout right there by Coach John Clements. You do stop the clock, but you want to put this ball in the end zone right here. You don't want to have this stall out and give Etowah new life.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to. You want to be able to get points right here. Because any kind of points, I don't know what their field goal kicker, what his distance would be, but any kind of points right here puts you up, puts you a full touchdown up.
Absolutely.
Field goal would not do anything.
Points would be nice right here, Coach, but you know John Clements has got 6 on his mind. He wants to punch this ball in. He wants to show the world that Springville football is back. Springville football can compete with anybody, and he's got a chance on this drive right here with his quarterback, Jake Connor, to really make a statement right here in this opener.
You know, me and you talked this week. This offense gives you an opportunity to stay in the game late in the ball game.
Absolutely.
This offense that Coach Clements went to, and it is a hat on a hat, put your body on somebody. It is big boy football. It is old school football. And there's some matchups coming up this weekend that I'm excited to see in this same kind of thing. You know that Etowah can be explosive. They've probably thrown the ball 35 times this game, but they haven't been able to run the football, which I know Coach Glover's going to be disappointed in.
The matter of the fact is, Coach, you don't see this style of football much anymore, this old school triple option attack. And to be downright honest, Coach, a lot of players don't like this. They can't respond to being mashed on down after down after down. And I think you've seen Springville kind of get to Etowah a little bit right here. That Etowah's not really liking this physicality.
I think as a program that's putting this in, you got to have success with it, because the players that are doing it, if they're not being successful, they're not going to like it.
Absolutely. Third down is short. Connor will take the snap. They'll give Alverson left side. He's going to be drugged down from behind by number 33 for the Etowah Blue Devils. That's going to be Jaleel Penn on the stop, but not before Alverson picks up first down yardage and keeps that clock and those chains moving.
Yeah, that was a big run. A great play by Penn again, but just a great individual effort right there by Alverson to fall forward. And just like I talked about, the plays that are not going to show up on the stat sheet, but those are big plays. Instead of just going down where your first initial contact was, running through the contact, falling forward for that extra yard.
Absolutely. This has already been around in a 5-minute drive right here for the Blue Devils, as they got the ball with about 11 minutes left, or excuse me, for the Tigers, as they got the ball around with 11 minutes left. And they chewed this clock up nicely. Alverson will take the snap this time on first down. Stood up, not as much running room that time, but still a positive play, keeps you ahead of the chains. And now you see a little bit of cat and mouse game right here, as you saw that referee on the far side kill the clock. I think we're going to have a timeout right here by Coach Matt Glover at Etowah Blue Devils, because if Springville scores right here, they got to have time to respond.
Yes, sir. No doubt about it. It's probably going to be an 8-point ball game if they score after the PAT, if they score. And so it's still only going to be a one-possession ball game. They're going to have plenty of time. You saw what their offense can do. Can they respond?
And here's the thing, Coach. You start talking about time management. Whether Springville scores or not, Etowah cannot really expect to get the football back unless they use their timeouts with around 5 minutes left. So they're going to have to use these timeouts to have some time left at all. And so you got to start thinking about that.
Well, kind of the rule of the thumb is you use it on defense and you control it on offense with how you do things.
Absolutely. We'll be back after these words. This is the Southern State Bank High School Football Kickoff, live from TV 24.
I'm Dudley Miller and my wife Val, and this is the staff at Cremation Services. Together, we have over 100 years experience in funeral service. To me, career longevity is an indication of a person's ability to extend grace and compassion and deal with the family in an honest, trustworthy, and decent manner. We ask that you consider us at Cremation Services of East Alabama in your time of loss.
The weather is warming up and spring is just around the corner at Miller Sand and Landscape Supply. I'm Craig Miller, and we've got something for everyone. From bulk materials like sand, gravel, and mulch to beautiful outdoor decor to make your outdoor living space the envy of the neighborhood. See our beautiful selection of Mazzarelli fountains, flowers to brighten your garden, and an outdoor center loaded with beautiful decor. Whether you need a little or a lot, visit Miller Sand and Landscape Supply.
Second Chance, serving Calhoun, Cleburne, Etowah, and Talladega counties. Second Chance provides safe shelter and supportive services for domestic and dating violence victims and offers educational outreach to residents of the communities served, empowering victims in their recovery and the public towards intervention in these crimes. If you or someone you know is in an abusive relationship, please have them call and see if we can help. Thank you.
We missed a play right there, and we apologize for that, but it looks like I saw Noel Cox toss the ball to an official right there after a touchdown. And, Coach, we talked about it. Could Springville punch it in? And they do punch it in. It's a Team 1 Chevrolet touchdown of Gadsden. And, Coach, we apologize to the people at home for missing that. But Springville able to capitalize and go up by 7 here with the extra point pending, the possibility of going up by 8. And, Coach, that's what John Clements wanted right there, to kind of put this one not out of reach, but a lot tougher right here for the Etowah Blue Devils to respond. Let's see if this extra point right here to put it up by 8. Because we got a fumble snap. We're going to have a fire call here. Cox will fire it in, and it's going to be incomplete. Coach, that is huge. That keeps it at a 7-point ball game. As you look at number 35 cramping up right there for Springville, that's Hanrahan. And that's huge, Coach, because you're looking at going up by 8. If you're Etowah, you're thinking about your 2-point play. Now you have new life. You think if we can score and kick an extra point, now we're back in business.
Yeah. So now it's a 21-14 ball game after the botch snap. So it's still a 7-point ball game. but it looks like Noel Cox, like we said, had the touchdown reception,
Coach,
I believe.
Well, Coach, I wouldn't be surprised if they lined him up, maybe a direct snap or something right there. We'll just kind of have to guess what happened right there. But regardless, Coach, Springville, absolutely awesome drive right there. They took about 6 minutes off the clock, and they're able to punch that ball in for the touchdown. But it's just a 7-point game, Coach. That extra point, that missed extra point right there. We saw them get a 2-point conversion earlier. They failed because of a bad snap right there on the extra point, and that sets Etowah up. Now it's make or break right here for Etowah. They got 5.5 minutes left. They've got to go down and they've got to answer. And quarterback Jamison Sism, he's answered all night long. They've had plenty of missed opportunities, but here, in the closing moments of this game, is he going to rise to the occasion and be able to tie this game back up?
Yeah, and we said, like, they responded after the first half didn't end the way that Etowah would like for the first half to end. They responded after half. Let's see if they can respond again. They got plenty of time.
Absolutely.
They got 5 minutes. They've proven that they can go up the field. Their passing attack has been proficient all night long. The problem is that they haven't been able to run the ball at all.
Absolutely. It's been very one-dimensional, and every time they get down there, and Coach, we've talked about it before, as you get closer to that goal line, the field shrinks, and it gets hard to throw the football effectively. And it'll be interesting to see here if Etowah can get something going on the ground to kind of go with this passing attack they've been so effective with.
But we got 5.5 minutes left in the ball game. We've still got a ball game. It is a one-possession ball game. And Springville, the 1-9 team from a year ago, is up by 7. Can the 8-4 team, the Etowah Blue Devils, respond right here?
Williams kick fielded around the 10-yard line. And the ball's loose, and Springville's got it, Coach. A disaster for Etowah is number 5 right there. Was on the return. That's Keelan Smith, the sophomore.
5 is down. I hope he's not hurt. I hope it's just a cramp. But
he coughs the ball up in a very costly moment, Coach. And now if you're Springville, if you can punch this into the end zone, you're looking at riding out of here with an opening week win. And we'll see the replay right here. You'll see number 5, just not really that hard of a lick. That was number 6 that time for Springville. That's Malin Alverson, the workhorse running back, causes the fumble, and we talked about it time and time again, Coach, in this ball game. Special teams. It was a question coming in, and boy, has it been a turning point in this game.
The special teams, as always, early in the season can win or lose you ball games. But right there, you've had Alverson make the tackle, cause the fumble, and then you've got the guy that just had the touchdown, Noel Cox, coming up with the recovery. So a big play right there. I'm telling you, Springville's had guys that's come up with big plays all night long when they've needed. Now, what guy on this Etowah defense can come up with a big play to get them the ball back?
Coach, I said it at halftime, and I still believe it holds true. I think the biggest key in this football game, and you've seen it late in both halves, I think Springville's in better shape than Etowah at this point. And it's been proven, as you've seen the turnovers and the silliness get to Etowah, and Springville stayed steady and took advantage of their opportunities. As you see, this play's 8 up right there as
penetration right there, number 3.
Connor gave it off to Alverson right there, and number 33, Jaleel Penn, he's been a force this second half. He gets back in there and blows that up.
Number 3 coming from the safety position, Trent Bothwell as well.
Yeah, and that's the first negative play I can remember for Springville in a long time, Coach. And it comes at a great time for Etowah as they're needing to stop right here. They got to get the football back. And you've seen Etowah did. Well,
Etowah
there's a stoppage
takes our
in
last
play.
Timeout.
Yeah,
that or we got an injury.
If there's not an injury timeout, Coach, I would expect that Etowah to take that timeout. But no, this is an injury timeout, Coach. You see number 50. They're actually holding his arm. This might not be a cramp, as that's number 50, Talon Swallows, the offensive lineman for Springville. They've been a unit all night, and you hope that young man's not shaking up too bad.
I've been really impressed. They are guys that don't get a whole lot of publicity, a whole lot of press, but the offensive line for Springville has played really well and opened up some big holes. I can't wait to see what the rushing attack numbers look like for the Springville Tigers.
Absolutely. That, like you said, that unit has been on their P's and their Q's all night, and they definitely deserve credit in how this game's going. 2nd down and long. Connor will get the snap. He'll keep it. and there's nothing much there, Coach. And you see this late in games sometimes. You get a little conservative. The defense is sold out to the run and just not a lot doing on the ground.
Well,
and Etowah's going to take a timeout right there.
Davion Smith, I believe, is that – hold on. That was actually Jace Sism with that tackle, number 58. But here's the thing right there. That was actually a load option. Etowah played it really well. Set the edge really well. He tried to turn it back up, and we had really good pursuit from the backside of the defensive line. So just a really well played right there by the Etowah Blue Devils.
You teach those defensive linemen, flow down the line of scrimmage, don't get upfield, and just flow and scrape, and that's a great play right there by that young man.
And what Coach is saying right there, if you just blow and go upfield right there and you don't do your job and squeeze and get down the line of scrimmage, then that guy's going to have a cutback lane right there because you're going to run right past him. So great job right there of squeezing and getting straight down the line of scrimmage and making that play at the line of scrimmage by the Etowah Blue Devils.
Yeah, Etowah kind of forced to use their timeouts here because if this clock gets way down, and, you know, if you didn't use your timeouts right here, that clock's going to get way down under 3.5 minutes probably at least, in best case scenario for the Blue Devils. And so Coach Matt Glover kind of, his hands kind of forced right there. He's got to burn these timeouts.
Here's the question here. I think Springville, you can probably count on one hand how many times they've thrown at this game anyway. Just Springville try to throw the football right here and stop the clock, because if my calculations are correct, I believe that Etowah is out of timeouts.
Coach, I'm not 100% sure. I try to keep up with them as best I can. I've been unable to really have an accurate count this second half. But, Coach, just the way this game's going and the way this Springville Tiger team has moved the ball, it kind of gets down to one of the situations where you got to dance with who brought you, and I don't expect them to leave the ground right here. I think it's too risky right here, the chance of throwing an interception, stopping the clock. I think the seconds that'll come off the clock by running it right here are way more valuable than the yards you might get if you pick up the first down. I think you run it twice and take your losses right here if you're Springville. As they'll extend the quarterback sweep to the right side, and that's a silly decision right there by Connor to run out of bounds. And Coach, that's just kind of a mental lapse. It's early in the season. That young man's got to know right there. It's an effort play. It's an effort play. He's not trying to stop the clock, but he's got to know, just hit a knee right there or fall down when you get close to the sideline, because now you saved roughly 40 seconds. This game could be well under 3 minutes, or 4 minutes, and now there's 4.5 minutes left, all because he goes out of bounds right there, and it'll bring up 4th and 8. Just a silly little mishap right there by the quarterback that time. 4th and 8. And that's really no reason to not take a timeout right there if you're John Clemens and get something you like. I think he looks frustrated at the bottom of the screen, maybe a misalignment right here, but that's not a bad timeout in my opinion. We're going to stay right here on the Southern State Banks High School football kickoff as we're closing out this week 0 Thursday night matchup between Springville and Etowah, Coach, and a little bit of surprise of who's on top right here, but this game's far from over. Etowah's, they're one play away from getting the football back, and they'll have plenty of time to go down and try to answer. And if you're Springville right here, how conservative do you get? Because I think if you're going, I don't think you lose a whole lot by throwing it right here if you're Etowah. If you're Springville. If you don't get it, it's a turnover on downs anyway. So, if you wanted to put the ball in the air, I don't think you throw it short here. The risk runs, of a tip ball, maybe an interception. I think you throw this ball up deep to Noel Cox. If he catches it for a first down or a touchdown, that's great. If not, you haven't really lost anything.
Nope, you haven't lost anything. But you told me earlier, you talked to Coach Clements earlier in the week, and he felt confident in his team. He felt like they were going to be able to compete. And so he believed, I think his kids believed, I think it goes back to that off-season program and what they were able to do in the weight room. I believe that they really thought they could come in here and win this ball game. And Etowah had a lot of question marks. I think Etowah is going to be a really good team and as the year goes along. But right now, they're playing a lot of guys that are should be older guys, but as far as experience, they don't have a whole lot of experience.
4th and 8, Connor scrambling to the left side. He'll be wrapped up and he'll go down. As coach, they tried to kind of go misdirection there on that quarterback counter play that they went to a lot of times this game. And you see just not a lot doing on that far side there for Connor, and that'll be a turnover on downs and Etowah will take over. We got looks like a flag down. We'll get this sorted out here. We'll hear from David Cadle, the white hat. It looks like it's going to go against Springville. Etowah will decline this penalty and take over on downs, looks to be like. You heard him say illegal formation, probably 5 men in the backfield, and they'll decline that penalty, and it'll be a turnover on downs. Springville chose to keep it conservative right there, Coach. I can't say I 100% disagree with that. The last thing you want right there is an interception or anything silly right there. And you're putting the fate of the game right here in your defense. Can they get one more key stop?
The defense has played good all game long, holding this potent Etowah offense to only 14 points. So you don't really want to do anything silly right there. Keep the ball in the hands of the guy you trust and let him try to make a play. Over on the far side, that time you saw pass intended for number 23 of the Blue Devils. That didn't look like Lamont Richardson that time, but he's wearing number 23. So maybe it was him. But nevertheless, it fell incomplete, and that'll bring up second and 10. Number 20, Cody Ingram, who's been a guy who came on a corner blitz earlier and made a big play and had a couple of big plays in the passing game.
They'll set up a little inside screen that time, intended for number 23. That's Lamont Richardson, and it'll hit the ground incomplete. That was Lamont Richardson on that last time, Coach.
Had a little shallow, had it set up. It would have had some running room if he could have caught it. But just like I said, all night long, this blitz package for the Springville Tigers has been really good at keeping Chisholm from being able to step into throws, and he's got to throw off his back foot and off platform all night long.
3rd down and 10 here for Springville, Coach. You see Etowah, they've stayed through the air, and they've had most of their success through the air, but kind of feels like they thought they had to throw it on those first 2 downs right there. You had all kinds of time, but maybe like to see a mix in a draw or something, but 3rd down right here, obvious passing down. 5 wide, they'll get some pressure. Chisholm rolls right side, and he'll just kind of run out of bounds, and he'll be taken down over there on that far sideline. It'll bring up 4th and about 11. And Coach, right here, 4 minutes left, 4th and long. Do you punt right here and try to get a 3 and out? It's just not very good odds right here to go for it on 4th down.
If you don't have any timeouts left, you can still get the ball back.
I think you got to punt this football, Coach. It's just you're backed up.
If you punt the ball away, you got a chance to still get it back. And we also know that Springville's special teams have been questionable all night. Like they had the ball snapped over the punter's head. They had the botch snap on the PAT.
So do you play for the punt, try to get a 3 and out, and force them to punt the ball away one more time? I believe Springville called the timeout. There's no reason not to with the clock stopped to talk about this crucial 4th down play. It'll be about 4th and 9 for Etowah when we come back out of the timeout. And Coach, this game is still very up for grabs. It kind of seemed like Etowah was going to put it away. Then it kind of looked like Springville was going to be able to put it away. And we end up kind of just going back and forth with both teams with still a chance to win this game. Springville obviously up.
I think
by
if you
7.
punt it and you get a 3 and out, you can still get the ball back with about 1.5 minutes with no timeouts left, as long as Springville runs the football and stays in bounds every time. But it's going to take, you got 40-second play clock, so that's going to take off right at 2 minutes, and then the plays are going to last an extra 5 to 6 seconds apiece. So you're going to get the ball back.
Best case scenario, if they don't get a 1st down and the clock runs, you're looking at getting the ball back with around 2 minutes or so left with no time.
Yeah, a little bit under 2 minutes.
It looks like they're choosing to go for it here, and Chisholm will roll right. He throws up a home run ball, and it's just going to be knocked down, intended for number 11, Jalen Walker. And I don't really agree with that decision there by Coach Matt Glover, but I'm not going to question him. He likes that one-on-one matchup with Walker up that far sideline, but that's just a great individual effort there by number 20, Cody Ingram, once again. And now Springville set up in Etowah territory, looking to close this one out.
So there's 3 minutes, 53 seconds left. They're going to be able to take at least 2 minutes off the clock. And so right now, at the least, they're going to get the ball back probably with 1.5 minutes.
And I would expect all of these plays right here for Springville to stay inside the hashes, running it away from the boundary. They don't want to go out of bounds like they did on that last drive, because theoretically, Coach, if they would have stayed in the bound that last drive, we'd be looking at around 3 minutes instead of close to 4 minutes left in this ball game. And we'll see what they choose to do here as Jake Connor brings them back up to the line of scrimmage. First down and 10. Ball on about the 34-yard line. They'll pitch it to Malin Alverson. He'll cut in. Excuse me, that's Noel Cox, and he will go out of bounds, Coach. And you hadn't run the toss all night. You toss it out to the boundary there, and it's a great play. But at this point in the ball game, Coach, the yards don't really matter. It's about just time running off this clock.
Yeah.
The only way Springville can really lose this game is the longer it goes.
Yep.
And I just don't understand tossing it out here to Cox. And Cox had plenty of opportunities to go down in bounds right here and just finds his way out of bounds. You know,
he's competing, but you as a coach, you want to tell your guys, hey, no matter what, we're staying in bounds.
And after you did it a while ago, you would have thought they would have discussed that on the sideline. But again, young men trying their hardest. You don't want to, you don't really blame them for trying to fight for extra yards, but that's just not very smart. As you'll see, Malin Alverson take this ball down inside the 20-yard line, down to the 16, 17-yard line. It'll be enough for a first down. It puts us in the Buffalo Wild Wings red zone, Coach. And one more score here for Springville, and it probably won't matter how much time's on the clock.
I don't know if they're going to be able to run enough time, and I think Etowah's completely out of timeout. They're going to be able to run enough time out right here that they may not even – another first down, this ball game's over with.
Absolutely, Coach, and you can kind of you can sense what this win would mean for John Clements in this program. 1-9 last year, embarrassed by the Blue Devils last year in Attala, and a revenge game that, John Clements, as you'll see, Alverson up the middle here, and like you said, Coach,
I think Etowah let them score.
If Etowah didn't let them score, Coach, that's kind of a smart thing to do. That's the only way they can stay in the game is to hope for a quick touchdown and an onside kick. Nevertheless, Malin Alverson up the middle for a touchdown, and that's going to run this lead to 27-14, pending extra point, just under 3 minutes to go. And Coach Springville can smell this victory, and it would be a much needed program boosting win for the Springville Tigers.
Yeah, so we saw that right there. The team won Chevy of Gadsden touchdown right there.
The kick is up, and the kick is good by Williams, and that takes it to 28-14. 2:59 to go. We're going to keep it right here. The Southern State Bank High School football kickoff from TV24, and we have got what most would consider, Coach, a big upset about to take place here if Springville can hold on and close out this last 3 minutes over the Etowah Blue Devils.
Yeah, Coach Clements, like we've already talked about multiple times, was very confident coming into that they could compete. This is the game that they lost 35-0 a year ago.
Absolutely. And, Coach, we talked about the starters, the question marks for Etowah that they lost last year. Around 8 new starters this year for Etowah. And this Etowah football team is not a bad football team. They will absolutely bounce back. And in a way, Coach, this game may help these young kids. They kind of probably rode the coattails of some of those guys last year. And this is a chance for them to grow up and take one on the chin. And I expect Matt Glover and his Blue Devils to bounce back. And they're going to win a lot of football games this year.
They're a well-coached team. And this ball game's not over with. That was actually the smartest thing that could have happened, because even though now they got to go score twice, they probably were not going to get the ball back.
The odds of them getting the ball back right there were not good. So to let them go into the end zone.
Now at least you still got a puncher's chance.
Now, yes, like you said, it's not the best situation, but, and we can kind of see, Etowah. Coach, I'm not going to say they just deliberately let him score, but you could definitely kind of see that big surge by the offensive line there. That we hadn't seen Etowah get blown off the ball like that all night. That's not been a trend in the game. So they might have been, they kind of might have been some discussion that, hey, if they get down there close, let's let them get on in there so we have a fighting chance. Because you think about the situation here. If they were to score quick, kick the extra point, they'd be down 7, pending an onside kick attempt, which is, never a sure thing in high school football. And they have, like you said, a fighter's chance at the end to make something happen.
Coach, let me ask you this. You've got kickoff upcoming right here. Do you kick it off deep, or do you squib this?
I think you squib this right here. I think you maybe not, about halfway between the front line and the back line, maybe that second line. But you will see them kick it off deep, and it's going to hit around the 10-yard line. They'll bring it back across the green, and that's just good coverage right there. This Etowah team, just to be quite frank with you, Coach, they look a little gassed. That's number 10 right there on the turn. That's L.J. Mastella. And They got to score twice. They got to go about 75 yards, and they got 2 minutes and 51 seconds to do it, get an onside kick, and then do it again.
They have absolutely no timeouts left, so they've got to score. They've got to score, kick the PAT, get the onside, go for the onside kick and get the onside kick, and then go and score, make the PAT. So it's definitely just a puncher's chance, but they do have an opportunity right here. Their quarterback's proven he's a great athlete, made some really good throws tonight, and so we'll see if they've got any magic left.
If you're Springville, I would expect them to kind of drop and soften the coverage. You want to keep everything in front, roll up, make the tackle. They can get as many yards as they want to. They just can't score. As you see, one over the middle, wide open, and it was in and out of the hands of the receiver, and then almost picked off by number 3 that time of the Tigers. That was Brady Seaman. It was in and out of the hands of number 9, Jaden Sweeten. An opportunity right there to make a chunk play, Coach, right out of the rip. And again, these missed opportunities from the Blue Devils starting to pile up.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things as the year goes along. We've seen that Chisholm is able to make some stuff happen with his legs, and he's able to keep prolonged plays. And so I look for them to get some of this cleaned up and for him to put up some really great numbers because of what he can do with his legs to keep the. And it's tough to stay, as a defender, it's tough to stay with those receivers when that quarterback's just all over the place and he's got all time to throw.
Chisholm on the little swing pass out of the backfield.
Probably would have rather just let that go incomplete because that's just going to run clock and probably take us well under 2 minutes and 15 seconds left.
You can't fault the effort, but the time that's going to be wasted on that completion that stayed in bounds right there is going to be real costly for this Blue Devil team, as it'll bring up 3rd and around 12. And they're running out of time here to make something happen. 3rd down and 12 from around the 22-yard line, down by 14, 2 minutes to go in Springville. Chisholm looking, gets flushed out of the pocket, and he'll run out of bounds and stop the clock for little to no gain, and that's going to bring up 4th and long, Coach. And you got to go for it right here. You don't really have a play designed for 4th and 12, but it's just one of those plays. Somebody's got to go make a play.
No doubt about it.
If you're Springville right here, you back up, you play the sticks, keep everything in front. If you give up this 1st down right here, it's not the end of the world. You just don't want anything over the top right here. Chisholm not ready for the snap. It hit around his feet. He'll pick it up. He'll sling it down the field, and it's going to be caught around midfield, and that's what you didn't want, Coach. A weird play right there. Chisholm was not ready for the snap, but he was able to pick it up and find Jalen Walker over the middle, and now Etowah with a fighter's chance here still, as they'll get ready to spike this football. They will spike it with 1:43 left. It'll bring up 2nd and 10 from the Springville 48-yard line, Coach. I think those Springville defenders, they kind of sucked up when they saw
once the ball gets on the ground, the quarterback's chasing it. It's in our nature to just try to chase that. But in that situation, you got to stay with your guy, make sure you keep doing your job, because that snap's not going to hurt you.
Absolutely.
But if you leave one of your guys, that's going to hurt you.
Absolutely. We get ready for the 2nd down play here. And there's another bad snap. And he's going to take and run with it. He's got room up the far sideline. He's going to be pushed out of bounds for around, as you saw that play come to you in slow-mo right there. It's going to bring up 3rd and around, we'll call it 3 for the Blue Devils. 1:33 right there. Good play right there. Chisholm to recover after the bad snap.
Yeah, and we look at each of these teams. So Springville will play Baltimore Jordan next week, and Etowah, their road don't get any easier. They play Fort Payne at home next week.
We saw Fort Payne last week. That'll be no easy test for the Blue Devils either. And we know that Mortimer Jordan, a very successful program. Springville have their hands full once again. As you see that pass caught over the middle right there, clock will run when they set the chains inside 1:30, 1:23 to go in the game. Etowah will spike it once more with 1:20 on the clock. And Coach, if you're Springville, there's 2 things that can happen. You can take the momentum of this win, and it looks like you're probably going to pull off a little bit of an upset.
Hey, they're fans right now. Their skin's crawling for already counting this as a win.
Well, I mean, just you don't want to count the chickens before they hatch, but if they are able to pull off this win, I'll say it that way, you can either ride that momentum and take it into next week, or you can start thinking that, hey, maybe we're a little bit better than they are, and it can come back and bite you. It'll be interesting to see how this Springville team reacts as this season goes on, if they can hold on right here, as Etowah has got a pass over the middle. That's number 8, Bennett Reeves. They'll have a first down, and they'll clock it once more with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Actually, 1 minute and 11 seconds to go here in the ball game.
Because here's the thing, it's a Hail Mary chance. But we still got 1 minute and 11. If they can score here if they can score and give themselves at least 45 seconds and maybe get the onside kick, there's still a puncher's chance right here for the Etowah Blue Devils.
Absolutely, and Coach, we've seen this Blue Devil offense kind of sputter in the red zone on these short fields. We'll see if they can punch it in here. System looking left over the middle. He'll find his receiver. It's caught down around the 9-yard line. That's number 4. That's Bodie Bennett, the senior, with a good grab there.
Looks like it's enough for another first down, or actually,
it may be a little short. It's inside of 58. It's inside a minute at 58 seconds. I think they did stop the clock there. As you'll see, a mass sub right here by the Springville Tigers. It may be going back. Well, looks like some subs might be going into the game now as that second unit's rolling in, as you kind of see a stoppage in play here. 58 seconds to go, 4th quarter. Springville up by 2 scores.
But, Coach, I don't know a whole lot of people that pick Springville to beat Etowah.
Coach, I'll tell you after this play right here, as Sism's flush left, he'll kind of just pitch it out of bounds. A good play right there as he's outside the pocket. That's a legal grounding of the football right there. But, Coach, I was talking to some people in our community this week, and they was asking what game do we have on Thursday, and I told a few people, I said, we got Springville Etowah, and they kind of looked at me like, well, Etowah, they'll beat Springville, won't they? And I just told them all I knew. I said, look, I talked to Coach Clements this week from Springville. He seems confident in his guys. He's running the triple option. I said, I think they can, if they play good and they're able to have some things go their way, I think they can give Etowah all they want, and that's proven to be the case.
Well, I've had people that ask me, like, why would you carry that game? That's 35-0 last year. Not going to be a great ball game, but turn into be a really good ball game, and the Springville Tigers have a chance to knock off one of the best teams in 4A football last year.
We've got a holding on the defense, so maybe the reason that Sism couldn't find a receiver right there is his guy was getting held up. That should result maybe in a first down, depending on how much they needed right there. I can't see the change in our view. Nevertheless, 51 seconds to go in the game. Etowah fighting for this last bit of opportunity here. They got to punch it in as we got a stoppage in play here, and we'll see what the deal is. Coach John Clements on the near sideline here looks to be a little confused about maybe what's going on here. We had a holding penalty on the defense that last play. I think he kind of wanted intentional grounding, but I didn't really think it was grounding. The quarterback was outside the tackle box.
But a couple of years ago, that would have been grounding.
Well, a couple of years ago, it would have been, but that's no longer a thing. You can't intentionally ground the football like they do in college. As you'll see, the play clock reset here to 40 seconds. 50 seconds to go in the game. If you're Coach John Clements, I know how he feels right here. You want to see your team close it out. They played so well, and you just want this thing to be over with. That's what he's looking forward to. And it's like a boundary blitz is coming this time from Springville. Sism will roll to his right. He'll find a wide open receiver, and that'll be caught for. They're going to rule it incomplete. I thought he had it for a touchdown, but I guess number 3, that's Seaman once again. I think he stuck that hand in there and clawed that ball out right near the goal line, and that's a big-time stop right there for Springville. I called it before I really saw the signal, Coach, and that ball ended up coming out at the end.
It's kind of one of those things you got to finish the play right there.
Absolutely.
Make sure you finish the play. And don't leave it in the official's hands to make that call, because the ball's rolling around on the ground.
It's hard to call it a touchdown when you don't take that thing and secure it all the way to the ground. 41 seconds to go in the ball game. Etowah snap it from the Springville 5-yard line. They'll flare it out, and it's going to be over the head of the running back, Richardson, that time.
That's going to bring up 4th down and go.
And here's your ball game right here, folks. If Etowah can convert, stick it in the end zone, they still have a little bit of hope. If not, you can chalk it up 1-0 for the Springville Tigers, and a huge upset tonight, or what a lot of people would call a huge upset. I know John Clemens isn't going to call it an upset. He had confidence in his team, and he'll be fired up. He kind of gets one back on his old boss, Matt Glover, after kind of taking one on the chin to him last year. We know he'll be fired up. It's not over yet, though. 4th down and goal for Springville at the 5-yard line. 37 seconds left. Sism looking near side. They'll dump it on the fade route, and we can't see the end zone shot here. It went out of the camera lens. It looks like it was a touchdown. Touchdown Etowah.
But we still got a ball game.
Absolutely, and that's what you were one play away there. If you were one play away there, Springville, and now Etowah has a fighting chance here. Maybe we'll see it on the replay. Yeah,
nice
just a great thrown ball there that time by Sissom. You've seen Jalen Walker get his feet down right there. Great throw and catch. Kick on the way on the extra point, and it is good. Number 81, Jorge Cantolano. His PAT is true, and we got a ball game, Coach. This game refuses to end. 31 seconds left. Springville up 28-21 still, and you'll see an onside kick right here from Etowah, I'm sure. We'll see how they choose to do it. Do they go for the high bounce? Do they go for the knuckle ball on the ground? And we'll get our first look at the hands team for Springville.
While we're waiting for them, we don't want to miss none of the action late in the ball game. You stuck with us this long. But I do want Southern States Bank. At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. Locations in Anniston and Sylacauga. Let us be the bank for you. We've talked about Team 1, and we saw a lot of Team 1 Chevy of Gaston touchdowns tonight. Home of the best people, the best service, period. Be a winner, drive away with a new Chevy. Visit Team 1 Chevy in Gadsden. Oxford Lumber, tackle your home improvement projects with the pros from Oxford Lumber Company. You'll celebrate the victory when you choose Oxford Lumber. Freestyle Graphics makes us look good. Thanks for our t-shirts. If you got any graphics needs, whether it's apparel, promotional items, signs, or banners, or novelty items, visit freestylegraphics.espwebsite.com or call Jason and he will hook you up. Buffalo Wild Wings in Oxford tonight has me sitting here full. Special thanks to them for feeding us, the production crew, tonight. Be sure to stop in at B-Dubs and taste the Bullet Bourbon Barbecue and hot barbecue flavors. And then also one that we hadn't talked about tonight, Rocky Hollow Metals. Want to win a Phoenix Razor buggy? Go to RocketHollowMetals.com for more information to win.
Coach, we talked about it in the pregame. We talked about it at halftime. Can you play a full 4 quarters of football? And so far, Springville is 11 minutes.
31 seconds away.
11 minutes, they're 31 seconds away, okay? So they're 47 minutes and 29 seconds away from putting a complete game together, but it's not over yet. As you'll see Castellano here teeing it up, and we'll see if they can give
most
it
exciting play in football.
Absolutely. We'll see what kind of onside kick he can get off. It's just going to be low and hard, and it's bouncing around, and I think it's blown dead.
We got an offsides or we got a timeout by Springville?
I think you saw the official on the near side run in, and he's going to talk to David Cato, the white hat, so this play was blown dead. So we'll get to see it one more time. May have had offsides on the kicking unit.
That's a great kick.
That's what you see a lot of times on these kickoff onside kicks is offsides on the kicking team. We'll see what it is. They can't.
If it's blown dead, they have to replay it.
If it was blown dead, they do have to re-kick it. But it may not have been blown dead.
I'm like you, though. I thought I heard whistles.
Yeah, and you seen that linesman coming in hot. What they did is they lined up in an illegal formation that time on the kickoff. You have to have so many people on each side of the kicker right there, and I think they may have had one too many. You have to have at least 4 people on each side of the kicker, and they may have not had that when the play started. So, nevertheless, they'll redo it. It's still the same scenario. Etowah's got to get it. This game is one of those, it just seems like it refuses to end. Here's Castellano's kick. He gets off, and that's not going to be a very good onside, as you'll see. It looked like it was going to squirt away there. A good job by the man from Springville right there on the hands team to fall on it. That's number 7, Jake Connor, the quarterback, the leader of the team, the junior quarterback. He's had a great game tonight, and he makes probably the biggest play of the game, really, is securing that onside kick. And now, barring anything kind of crazy, it looks like Springville will need this out.
Victory formation, one more snap, and this ball game will be over unless something unforeseeable happens. Well, a great way to start out. If you're a Springville Tiger fan, you are got to be ecstatic.
You got to be fired up. Debatably, probably the biggest win of the John Clements era at Springville, and it's only week 1. And this team could shock some people, Coach. What they do is something that you don't see often. And with that knee, the upset has been completed. Springville 28-21 over the Etowah Blue Devils. John Clemens against his old boss, Matt Glover. He came home, did Matt Glover, and he walks away with one on the chin as the Springville Tigers are victorious tonight over the Etowah Blue Devils. 28-21 the final. And we'll be back after this, and we'll recap the game and tell you all you need to know about what's coming up tomorrow night on the Southern State Bank High School football kickoff from TV 24.
At Southern States Bank, we pride ourselves on being your local bank. We're your neighbors and involved in the community. We're the bank featuring the Southern Rewards checking account, a cashback account with no ATM fees. We're on the cutting edge and always have a smiling face to help you out. Stop being just another number at the big bank and start being a neighbor at Southern States Bank. Let us be the bank for you and your business.
I'm Bill Newman. I want to welcome you to our store, Oxford Lumber and Ace Hardware, and I want to promise you that when you come in here, you're going to get service. We're going to greet you and take care of you and get you what you need. Today I've got Shaw Williams with me, who runs our steel power department. Shaw, tell us a little bit about our steel department.
We've got a full line of steel power equipment, parts, service. If you need some advice on taking that tree down, we can give you that too. We welcome our customers in to come in anytime and take care of these advantages that we have here at Oxford Lumber.
In the heart of your community, Coosa Valley Technologies brings you the future of high-speed internet. Having connection issues? Simply reach out to us, your neighbors, and experience exceptional customer service. Our local customer support experts guide you through the process with a personalized touch. Our skilled technicians install top-notch equipment for the most reliable connection. From community to your home, Coosa Valley Technologies, where local care meets global connectivity. Visit us online or call now to join the Coosa Valley Technologies family.
I'm Bill Newman. I want to welcome you to our store, Oxford Lumber and Ace Hardware, and I want to promise you that when you come in here, you're going to get service. We're going to greet you and take care of you and get you what you need. Today I've got Shaw Williams with me, who runs our steel power department. Shaw, tell us a little bit about our steel department.
We've got a full line of steel power equipment, parts, service. If you need some advice on taking that tree down, we can give you that too. We welcome our customers in to come in anytime and take care of these advantages that we have here at Oxford Lumber.
We welcome you back to TV 24 as the final on the Southern State Bank High School football kickoff. A shocker tonight in Springville. The Tigers knock off the Blue Devils 28-21. And Coach, some things recapping this. The story of the night, and one of the stories of the night, Coach, Jake Connor, the junior quarterback of Springville, a new offense, the triple option. It looked rough to start, but it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. Jake Connor was all over the field tonight, great runs, and he controlled the game. And, Coach, they're able to go away with this massive upset victory. I said it, probably the upset or the biggest win in John Clements' young era at Springville. In his third year, we talked about that third year being important. That's when, if you're going to turn a program around, a lot of times it happens. Guys are used to you by then. They've been in your program. You've developed them in the weight room, and you saw the results tonight of John Clements teaching and coaching at Springville tonight as they pull this one off, Coach. I don't want to go any further without talking about a group of young men tonight that absolutely showed up and played their hearts out. The Springville offensive line. Early in the game, It was all Etowah, negative plays. guys just kind of running into that interior, that defensive line and being stopped.
I was the guy early in the game. I was negative about, hey, we've got to open this thing up.
Absolutely.
We've got to do something.
Absolutely.
But it was all in the game plan. It wore down that Etowah defense.
Exactly. That offensive lineman, that offensive line was just incredible tonight. And I think they were the key, the glue that held that Springville team together, and that's the reason why they were able to ultimately come away with the victory. Coach, what's this mean for Etowah? Matt Glover, he's been there before. He's a great coach. He'll have a response for this. What is that?
They started out going up in classification against 5A Springville, and now they have to play 6A Fort Payne at home next week. They'll bounce back. They got a bunch of new young guys. When they get to region play, they'll be tough to deal with in 4A football. I don't doubt that. Coach Glover's a great coach. He's won everywhere he's been as a defensive coordinator and as a head coach. They will bounce back. They got a lot of young guys, a lot of inexperienced guys playing new positions. Even the guys that are experienced are playing new positions. They will bounce back, and I think they'll be ready to go.
Coach, we talked about how big a win this is for Springville. What does this mean for the Springville Tiger football team? You don't want to put, the weight of a program on one win,
no.
But this is definitely something they can build off of. And what do you see coming from this down the road?
I'll tell you this, you don't want to put all the weight on it, but when you're in a program that's been struggling, when you're in a program that's struggling, you got to have some success.
Absolutely.
You got to be able to build off this, but it's kind of like what me and you were talking about off camera earlier. You got to be able to build, but you can't think you're better than what you are.
Absolutely.
You have not arrived by any stretch of the imagination, and so we're looking at that. How do they respond? Do they think we figured it out, or do they say, hey, if we work hard, we can have a successful season?
Absolutely. And we talked about, finding one of those games as a struggling program that maybe you shouldn't win, you find a way to win that game. Now you believe that you can do it, and it becomes the norm to expect to win. And Coach, we kind of was talking off the air there. We kind of put this game on the schedule, and this game was not circled by any means. Nobody thought that Springville and Etowah would be that close of a game. Obviously, we were proven wrong. All the love goes out to Springville for playing hard tonight. Coach, tomorrow night, we've got one that is circled, and it is going to be an absolutely great game. The anticipation is there. We got the Alexandria Valley Cubs at Cherokee County. Tell us a little bit about that.
I think it's kind of the same situation. I really think everybody thinks that Cherokee County is going to run away with that game. Cherokee County, the defending state runner-up, I think they think they're going to run away with that game. But Alexandria runs the same type of offense. They're going to go back, I think, to wing tee, that double wing type stuff. They're going to run the veer. They're going to run what their bread and butter that they ran underneath Larry Yin. So I think that they will continue to compete, keep the game close, and we'll see where it falls tomorrow night.
We'll be back with you tomorrow night. Coach Tyree will. And
that'll tell them a little bit about what all we got going on. Coaches show tomorrow, winning drive, game of the week. And then Saturday morning, we've got the Saturday Morning Breakfast Club. We hope that you'll join us. It's been a great night. Dawson, give us our last thoughts.
Guys, thank you for being with us tonight. We're signing off. We'll be back tomorrow night. This has been the Southern State Bank High School Football Kickoff from TV 24.
This may seem a little wild, but we are giving this buggy away. Check this out. August is the last day, and starting Friday, tomorrow morning, it's 20 times the entry. So every dollar you spend on our website is 20 entries. That's RockyHollowMetal.com. So purchase anything off our website, or go check out BrushMonster.com. We got skid steer cutters there too. They will also enter you to win. So you got until the end of August. So go get entered, and this thing could be yours.